Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Board recess meeting that's going to begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how it all works. This meeting is usually held on a Tuesday and continues Saturday's regular meeting, held every month except August. The meeting begins at 3 p.m., sometimes with awards and recognitions, followed by reports from individual board members. The board then may make appointments to advisory commissions before board members give regional reports. County board members represent Arlington on regional bodies dealing with transportation, governance, and other issues that affect the entire region. They report back to their colleagues on the work of those regional groups. The afternoon session ends with the county manager's report to the board. The board then takes a break. Often during the break, the board will hold a closed session. Because the meeting is closed to the public, the board may discuss only items permitted by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. These may include, among other matters, personnel issues, lawsuits, other legal or real estate matters. The board resumes its public meeting no earlier than 6:30 p.m. The evening session begins with a public hearing on each of the items carried over from Saturday's meeting. The board may hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the item among themselves and voting. No earlier than 6:45 p.m., the board will consider its regular hearing items. The board may again hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the items among themselves and voting. But here's a glance at today's agenda before the meeting begins.
All right. Good afternoon. I was just saying with Ms. Crystal how great it is to start our meetings like this with recognitions and honors of just some of the most wonderful people in our community, because the positive energy that just pours into this room is great. Thank you all for coming on this kind of gray, rainy afternoon, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 25th, 2020 recessed board meeting of the County Board, Arlington, Virginia. Our colleague Eric Gutschall is dealing with a family medical issue, and so he will not be joining us today. And we are going to start with a recognition of some longtime leaders of some important nonprofits with us. These are the people who we all say how wonderful it is to live in Arlington. It's because of people, frankly, like you all here. I mean, it's just the backbone of this community, and we could not do it without you all, and we're so grateful. So the first person we're going to recognize is Carolyn Jones of Doorways. I hope, Carolyn, is she here? Where are you? You're hiding back there. Hi, you want to stand up? Should we have her come forward? I'm going to have Miss Crystal do the honors here. Should we make her come forward?
Sure, well, I have a few remarks. I don't mean to make Carolyn stand awkwardly while we do that, unless you'd like to. But then
No, Carolyn, Ms. Jones, why don't you come forward, sit in the front pew here, and we'll say wonderful things about you. And then we're going to ask you to do a rebuttal, okay? Okay, Ms. Crystal.
Of course. Well, I think it's been a exciting but sort of nerve-wracking start to 2020 to see some of our longstanding community leaders announce that they're moving on, and to have this opportunity to celebrate Caroline Jones, who is truly an unsung hero, someone who has never relished the spotlight. So we'll try not to embarrass you, but we want to recognize just for a minute or two the extraordinary contribution you've made not only to Doorways and to the families and individuals that Doorways serves, but to this entire community. So a bit about Caroline's background. She joined Doorways for Women and Families as a staff member in 2003 as Director of Client Services and became Executive Director in 2011. Throughout, she has been an agent of change in our community's approach to ending homelessness and supporting survivors of domestic and sexual violence. She was a driving force behind establishing the county's 24/7 domestic and sexual violence hotline, an extraordinary contribution to our community. And in 2016, she helped Doorways launch the Revive Domestic and Sexual Violence Counseling Program. It is a community-based counseling program that now includes youth survivors of dating violence and assault and children exposed to domestic violence or other abuse, and is so important in helping end the cycle of abuse. At the Freddie Mac Family Home for Doorways, Caroline ensured that adults, youth, and children received more than just a bed and a meal. She helped lead the implementation of programs that address the systemic issues, chronic poverty, joblessness, diminished physical and mental health. And throughout this time, one of the hallmarks of her leadership was making Doorways an environment that provides culturally competent and inclusive, non-stigmatizing services to all clients, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, sex, gender and gender identity, religion, national origin, age, and disability. She has also been a dynamic contributor, and in fact, leader of multiple county initiatives. At the table for the county's 10-year plan to end homelessness as part of its executive committee and as head of its data and evaluation committee. She served on the Virginia Coalition to End Homelessness Leadership Council, and perhaps most notably, she has been an extraordinary leader and in fact one of the driving engines of Arlington's Project Peace, our coordinated community response to domestic and sexual violence. We asked for a few comments from some of her board members, and I'm so glad to see Nicholas Evans, a longstanding member of the Doorways board here as well. And they shared a few more personal thoughts, which is that throughout her 9 years as president and CEO, and certainly in her 17 years of the organization, it is impossible to find any area of Doorways' remarkable growth that didn't have Caroline at the center of it. Her foresight, compassion, and drive have helped the organization repeatedly adjust its mission to meet the needs of our community. She has relentlessly pushed us forward. And as a result, Doorways now supports thousands of individuals across the community each year, all with an eye towards meeting unmet needs in our community and providing a comprehensive approach for our clients. It is one thing to see a need in the community and want to meet it, and it's another thing to know how to do it. Caroline's ability to analyze trends around how partners and funders work with nonprofits, matched with her unending desire to meet unmet needs, is what makes her unique. I personally am so grateful to Caroline for not only the work that she's done to transform the lives of survivors of violence throughout our community, but for the role model that she has been in mindful leadership and never losing sight of the mission. And I'd like to just end with words from one of her colleagues at Doorways, as we are reminded by one of the things that Caroline has always told us: Doorways, and I would add the larger work of ending violence in our community, isn't about one person or a set of people. It's about the mission and the community. And Caroline, you have been the embodiment of that. It's such a pleasure to be able to honor you and thank you today for your leadership in our community.
There's a microphone if you want to use it. You know, we have millions watching at home, Caroline.
I just will be very brief and say thank you so much. It's been an honor to be a part of everything that I've been able to be a part of at Doorways and in this community, and to lead so many initiatives together with so many of you. I thank you all, and I'm delighted I won't be far, and I get to continue to work on many of these issues here in Arlington, and together with Doorways and with many other nonprofits, including APA, where I'll be going starting next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And the next person we have is Paul LaValle with the Arlington Independent Media and longtime CEO, basically created that organization, I think. And I will again turn to Ms. Crystal.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I am pinch hitting for Mr. Gutschall, who gets to work directly with Mr. LaValle as his current liaison, but I've had the pleasure of serving as liaison in the past and, of course, being a big fan of AIM. So some of you may be surprised to know that Paul LaValle started at the helm of AIM as a teenager, because it was 27 years ago, right? So he was barely 12 at the time. And we are so glad to be able to honor your long service today. I would say for those who don't know AIM, but I think everyone in our community does, has been the voice of community radio and television in Arlington County. And for basically all of that time, over a quarter century, it has been Paul LaValle's tireless work at the helm that has made it happen. And so we asked some of his colleagues on the board of AIM and his colleagues at AIM to share reflection and some embarrassing stories. We unfortunately didn't get too many of the latter, but I think that the really personal nature of these reflections emphasize what a sense of community Paul has helped create. One of my favorites by Matt Hussman, who I think might be here with us. Is it
There he is.
in the back?
Yeah.
Noted that AIM's picnics at Bluemont Park, in fact, were always a particular favor for him, and that it's always been in midsummer, it's always been hot as hell, and Paul's always out there grilling away, chatting with members who want another burger or hot dog. And that sort of unsung hero stuff is what sticks in my mind. Paul and Jackie always hauled the water, built the fires, and cooked the food for our members and friends, which I think may be metaphorically true, at least with the carrying the water, as well as literally true. His colleague Jackie noted that Paul's leadership has made Arlington Independent Media one of the premier community media centers in the country, and though his accomplishments are too numerous to list, they have been experienced by thousands of individuals and organizations that have been served by AIM during his tenure. His dedication to free speech, media, democracy, and public participation have had a positive impact on our community that will be felt for years to come. And finally, a couple of comments from the current board chair noted that when she first came to AIM for an information program about the soon-to-be-launched station, WERA, she was immediately struck by the diverse community, creative community at Arlington Independent Media. Strong communities like this don't just happen. They take stewardship and passion from the top. They take time and attention from all sides. At the helm for more than 25 years, Paul helped build and shape the AIM community and that legacy. His commitment to free and independent speech has shaped the organization since his arrival. And I think that is really an enduring legacy at a time when free speech sometimes feels like it's under attack, and the value of community certainly does. Paul LaValle, you've been a leader and someone who stood strong for those concepts in your time at Arlington Independent Media. I think I have some colleagues who maybe wanted to chime in as well, and then we'll come down with a certificate.
If I could,
Yes,
Madam
please,
Chair,
Mr.
and thank you
Dorsey.
so much, Ms. Crystal. By giving that detailed biographical history, you allow me to share a few personal reflections. Paul, I'm realizing today that we've now known each other since the year 2000. That's when we met. We bonded in a leadership program over a shared hobby or a vice, depending on your particular point of view. But that began what has been a consistent 2-decade engagement where I had the privilege some years ago to serve as a board member for AIM, and one of the things that I remember most about that experience was that you wanted to ensure that I, as a new member to the independent media community, got to be fully immersed in all aspects of AIM, both on the operations side and the governance side. And you truly gave me a window into the indefatigable nature of your work with community media. Your desire to make it a preeminent organization, not just within the region, but within the country, and that you produce results, along with Jackie and all of the producers and other volunteers who worked on AIM with some great shows that won awards, with the Rosebud Festival that you did for a number of years, which was sort of the avant-garde envy of the region, expanding AIM to include the low-power radio station. There has been, over the 2 decades, some incredible milestones of growth that you, as an executive director, ought to feel really proud of being the head of. And I know it took an entire village of people who supported AIM to make all those things happen, but none of them could have happened without steadfast leadership, of which I hope you are incredibly proud, and I am proud to know you not only as a former board member of the organization, but I hope also a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. DeFranti.
Just really briefly, I wanted to, as someone who might not have known, Paul, you as long for the last few years, but just your clear commitment has been evident from the moment I did meet you, and you should be immensely proud of what you built. Thanks so much.
Very much. All right, thank you. Paul, would you like to come up and say a few words? We'll present the certificate. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That was wonderful, and I'm very humbled by your remarks. You know, it's not very many people in the world who get to spend their career doing something that they believe in 100%, working with amazing colleagues and producers and volunteers, and I have been very honored and privileged to be one of those people. I just have to say a couple of thanks. First of all, to you all. Without Arlington County government, there would never have been an AIM, and before AIM, an ACT. It was your commitment to the idea of providing free speech opportunities to the citizens of Arlington that made that happen, that allowed it to happen, and that kept supporting it. And of course, I'm here to ask you to continue to support it. This wouldn't be me up here unless I did that. And then I got to say thank you to my staff. Jackie's been mentioned a couple times, but you can't say her name enough. She was actually there when I got there. So, you know, it's only appropriate that she's there when I leave. And so we're leaving things in very good hands with her. And then, you know, the hundreds, if not thousands of people who've given hundreds, if not thousands of hours of their time to make this project happen. I thank them all, each and every one of them. And then finally, I just wonder, on the way in, I got a parking ticket for having an out-of-date state inspection. Is that something you guys can?
Sorry.
Second floor.
Yeah, downstairs. You'll be fine.
Anyway, thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we have one more that we would like to now do a group of folks. And the first group is part of the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families and the Out of School Time Advisory Council. I actually helped start the partnership. I told Ms. Crystal, I think I was her age maybe when we first started working on it. I see Judy Haddon back there. It was a long time ago, and it's still going on, which is really great. And I, again, will turn it over to Katie Crystal to do the honors.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Well, we have an opportunity to honor some very long-serving and members of the partnership and a pretty extraordinary leader of the Out of School Time Council, which is a sort of spin-off group of the partnership that does critically important work for young people in our community. So first, I'd like to honor Renee Madigan, our outgoing Out of School Time Council chair. Renee, give us a wave at least. I see you've been joined by perhaps one of the one-time Arlington youth who inspired you. Taylor, it's great to see you as well. So Renee served as the Out of School Time Council chair and remained in that position for 3 terms for a total of 6 years. And in that time, the council has overseen a period of excellent growth and professionalization, 6 annual training conferences with growing participation with staff from out-of-school time organizations across the community, a number of new training opportunities, and the creation of out-of-school time program standards, which have been implemented by OST partners thanks to the publication of a quality assurance tool, which itself represented 2 years of work by Renee and by the council. Renee has been a passionate champion for youth and children, and in particular, she's always had at the forefront the needs of vulnerable kids who would most benefit from the supportive relationships and growth opportunities that can be provided in out-of-school time programs. She has been a strong advocate in raising the profile of out-of-school time and bringing to light many of the other important issues facing youth and families in Arlington. And she really cares about the well-being of the staff who are on the front lines of these programs working with youth. She's always believed it's been important to give acknowledgement and recognition to our providers who make an impact with youth in our community. And during her time, she's helped the council participate in the National Lights On After School celebration for a consecutive 3 years. I've been to those celebrations. They are colorful and creative and a true celebration of what learning and enrichment means for kids in our community. She has worked with them to celebrate in creative and collaborative ways to show the importance of after-school programs. So Renee, we are so grateful for you. I'm going to invite you up, but before I do that, I just want to acknowledge we have 3 outgoing members of the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Family, and unfortunately, I think scheduling conflicts have kept them all from coming. So tell me if I'm wrong, but Ann Vorderbergy, Linda Henderson, and Barbara Gomez are here in spirit, but not in person. Just a couple of comments about those folks. Ann was actually the very first coordinator for the partnership. She's been involved for the 20 years the partnership's been in existence, joining in 1999. Shortly thereafter, Linda Henderson joined in 2001, serving as chair not once, not twice, but 3 times, most recently co-chairing with Ann herself during a period of transition. And Barbara Gomez joined in 2004, has been a member for over 15 years, spearheading efforts with Out of School Time Council and the Mental Health Committee. She also served as chair and, in fact, served as an interim coordinator during a time of transition as well. These 3 have been instrumental in framing the work of the partnership and will continue, we know, to support children, youth, and families in all kinds of different capacities. So we thank them for framing, for establishing this incredibly important partnership, and we certainly thank Renee for helping lead it into the future by professionalizing and celebrating this work of out-of-school time. So Renee, please join us, and we'd love to celebrate you.
Great. Yep. Kim, come on. Michael Schwisher, Kim, Judy, come on up too, a little bit, just to celebrate. Yeah. Judy Haddon's actually who makes it all really work, but of course we've got Michael Swisher and Kim Durand here too. Thank you. Thank you so much, Judy, for everything you do. Yeah. Give Linda a hug for me. I haven't seen her in a while. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. That brings us to trees. You know, we hear a lot about trees these days, which is good. It's important. But there's someone here who's been working on trees for a long time. And I have to say, every time I think about trees, Nora, I think about you. I mean, it's just kind of trees and Nora, they kind of go together. So we're wonderful that you can be here. And we're going to celebrate Nora Palmatier. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Matt DeFerranti here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all want to recognize and thank you, Nora Palmatier, for your many years of service, 13 years on the Urban Forestry Commission, and including as its chair for several. You've been a long-standing member, leader, and former chair of the Tree Stewards of Arlington, Alexandria, which has inspired and taught many of us about the need and proper care of trees, along with Caroline Haynes, who I think is here as well, of the Master Naturalist. You participated in developing the Choking Hazard campaign that reached out to Arlingtonians about the destructive effects of English ivy on trees. And in 2008, you were on the first graduating class of the Arlington Regional Master Naturalists. You served as a UFC representative on the 4-mile run planning process. As you've also been chair of the Northern Virginia Urban Forest Roundtable. And on a personal note, I immediately saw this when I met with you. You have a drive and energy balanced with a sense of pragmatism that allow you to work across disciplines and with a wide range of residents to improve the tree canopy of Arlington County. You're known for bringing people together to share your knowledge and their knowledge from different perspectives to work on problems and reach solutions. Nora has a strong commitment to education, outreach, and volunteerism that is contagious and leads by example, motivating others to learn more, to get involved, and to spread the word on the benefits that trees provide. With your boundless energy and passion, I have no doubt that you will stay involved and remain engaged. But now, here, we want to thank you so much for all you have done for Arlington County.
Thank you. Nora, come on up.
Well, I don't know what to say exactly, except I started on the commission and with trees as a little bitty acorn, and now I think I'm the mature tree, you know? This is just going.
Great metaphors.
The other thing, I was thinking about this, that back in 2007, this board approved the Tree Canopy Fund, which has made an incredible difference in Arlington, and I've been proud to work on it all those years. As of now, we've planted approximately 2,500 new trees on private property. And we know that about 85% of those are still going strong because we did a survey in 2017. So that's something to be really proud of. And the Tree Canopy Fund also provides the education funds for the ivy and the mature trees, so it's great. The one thing that when we wrote that program up in 2007 is that we put in money for maintenance of specimen trees. And we didn't realize that we were really limiting ourselves because over those 13 years, we've only been able to fund 2 specimen trees because there's only like 18 specimen trees in all of Arlington on private property. So never fear, UFC is working on this and drafting ways to fix this so that besides planting new trees, we can maintain the mature trees like myself. And never fear also, we're getting ready to start I still call it the Urban Forestry Master Plan, but it's got a long name now. So you know I'll be active in the community still. But
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Please, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. That's great. So this brings me to a proclamation, actually, to recognize another group of people that I used to spend a lot of time with. This is Virginia School Board Appreciation Month. So we are doing a proclamation of appreciation for our school board, which is not a bad thing to do. I'm going to be going to their March 12 meeting and presenting this to them. I'll just read portions of it here. I have found that I think, like many of us here, I've done a lot of service. You start out with your condominium association, maybe, and then you get to PTA, and you get to the school board and the county board. And I find the closer you are to the people, in some ways, it's nice, but in a lot of ways, it's the hardest thing to do. It's not easy being a school board member. I just speaking from 15 years of experience. So whereas the education of Virginia's school-age children is the foundation upon which the economic, social, and intellectual capital of our Commonwealth is built. And whereas locally elected and appointed school boards play an important and vital role in representative democracy, and decisions made by local school boards of education directly influence instruction in Virginia's public schools, whereas those decisions affect the present and future lives of children and set direction to prepare all students to be competitive in a local, state, national, and global 21st century knowledge economy, whereas local school board members work with parents, businesses, education professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students, and whereas this year's theme, Excellence Through Equity, reflects the top priority of local school board members, and whereas School Board Appreciation Month provides an opportunity to build stronger relationships between the thousands of Virginians who champion the mission of public education and school board members, now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the Arlington County Board, do hereby recognize the contributions of local school boards to the academic success of its public school students, express sincerest recognition to local boards for their focus on the well-being achievement of children throughout the Commonwealth and here in Virginia, proclaim February 2020 as Virginia School Board Appreciation Month. And I will be reading this. Maybe I'll do a little PSA. There's a school board campaign going, 2 people up for election on a 5-member school board. This is it. It's really important, so I hope everybody stays informed and goes out and votes in that caucus. It's going to be in May, and I don't have the actual date. There are a couple of dates there, but school boards are important, and we're pleased for all the work that they do, and I'll have fun going and talking to them. That brings me to a few things I want to go over. We had, this is, February is African American History Month. It's also, of course, this is our 100th anniversary of Arlington being called Arlington. So we are celebrating all year long, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that. On the 13th of February, we had a great panel discussion at the public library, at Central Library. Mr. Dorsey came and helped moderate, which was great, and soon we'll get a picture up there. There we go. And it was great. We had Dr. Alfred Taylor, we had Joan Mulholland, we had Portia Clark, we had Kitty Clark-Stevens, and Ms. Baskerville, I'm forgetting her first name, who came to speak. And they really brought our history alive with stories that were both positive and painful. No, it's not. Yes, sorry. We're having a side conversation about Ms. Baskerville here. We all gained a deeper understanding of kind of where we've come and how we got here, which is going to help us to think about where we are going to go forward. And that's actually the whole theme for our Arlington at 100. We call it Looking Both Ways, because the whole point of history is to understand where you've been so that you can do a better job of going forward to where you want to go. And this was just a major part of it. And as you can kind of see from that picture, it was a great discussion. Everybody had a good time. And I really want to thank Christian Dorsey, who just a wonderful job moderating. Thank you so much, Christian, for doing that. Organizing it was pretty easy. I had a lot of help. Coming up right here. So March is Women's History Month, and it's still our 100th anniversary. We're celebrating. So we're going to kick off with an author talk with Liza Mundy. She is an Arlington resident. She wrote the book Code Girls. And the Army of Women Code Breakers, it says, and they worked behind the scenes at World War II and saved, my notes say hundreds of lives. Actually, I think it's hundreds of thousands of lives. It was amazing what they did. It's this untold story. How many of you have seen Hidden Figures? You've probably seen that. Yeah, that was a great movie. Well, these folks, there were some African Americans among the group. It was more white, but it was the same thing with women, totally unrecognized. And it was amazing what they did, and really not getting credit at all. In fact, when people were praising the code breakers, they talk about the men. And over 50% of them were women, right here in Arlington, at Arlington Hall. It's a fascinating story. I got the book, and I've been reading through it, in part because I want to be able to moderate well, or at least understand what Liza Mundy's talking about. I'm totally into it. It's great. I highly recommend it. Really cool reading. So highly recommend it. Come on Thursday, March 5th, Central Library Auditorium. You can meet Liza Mundy. You can be part of the discussion, and we would love to see you all there. Then, continuing, so we've got right here in this room, March 16 is the actual birthday itself. We've got a panelist of dynamite women coming, kind of all different generations. Kate Bates, who's the president CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. Charlene Bickford, who is the electoral board chair. Wilma Jones-Kilgo, author and president of the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington, and wrote her book, My Hall's Hill. And then we also have Colonel Kimberly Peebles, who's the Joint Base Commander at Fort Myer Henderson Hall. She's great. Emma Viola Sanchez, with whom I served on the school board, won the William T. Newman Spirit of Community Award in 2018, and Mary Margaret Whipple, whom we all know, who used to sit right up here and was on the school board as well. They're all going to be here talking about that, but beforehand, our manager is going to talk about the census, I think. Are you ready for this, Mr. Manager? I think you've been working on it a little bit. It's going to be great. Come in here, Mark Schwartz, talk about the census 1920. And I think she's found all kinds of insights which are going to be cool. We're going to have a proclamation. We're going to have Girl Scouts here. They're making rosettes, which is what suffragettes used to do. And if you come, you'll get a rosette that the Girl Scouts have made. They're doing a little talking, and we'll have a proclamation and birthday cake. So that is Monday, March 16, which is the day that they decided that we're no longer Alexandria County, we're now Arlington County, and it'll be right here at 7 p.m. I hope you can all come and join us. It should be a lot of fun, and on cake too. So what's not to like? So that's great. All right. With that, I'm going to turn to our board. No, I have a few. One more. Missing middle. Do we have the missing middle slide? Yes, sorry. Another PSA. So as some of you know, we are looking at affordable housing. It is a huge issue here, and we are really trying to examine the missing middle housing study. I did this picture because a lot of people think the missing middle means middle class. It kind of does, but not really. If you look at this picture, on one end to your left, I think it would be, you have single-family homes that just have a few people in them. And on the other side, you've got the big mid-rise high-rises that have a lot of people. And in between are a lot of duplexes, triplexes, townhouses, actually Fairlington, where I live, which is the middle. It serves sort of a different, and it's that, if you can provide all of that, you've got the whole gamut. Here in Arlington, we don't have that much in the middle, so we're looking if there's some ways to provide more in the missing middle, and We have offered as board members to go out and talk to civic associations. We're going to send out another email. We've been asked to come to a number, but we would love to come to more because this is really an important community conversation. It's really important that everybody participate and we get all the ideas on the table and thoughts on the table. So there is a website there that you can go to if you'd like to. If you're involved with a civic association or group and you'd like to have us come talk, just ask, we'll come. Thank you very much. All right, with that, I think I will get to board member reports. And the first one I have is a report from Mr. Dorsey on Lee Highway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Gutschall and I serve as liaisons to the Plan Lee Highway planning process, and I just wanted to give you all an update since it's been a little while since we've talked about it publicly, but there's been a lot of activity to further that effort along, and most recently at the end of January, beginning of February, there was a community workshop which was held at Washington Lee High School. Over 200 people attended either the Friday or Saturday sessions where they had the unique opportunity to hear not only an update into some of the thoughts concerning the planning process, but to really dig into shrinking the incredibly wide Lee Highway corridor over 4 miles long, but to look at it in neighborhoods and to give some thoughts and comment on land use and transportation and some of the desires for potential changes that would come from the planning process. And in addition to that in-person engagement, there's also, there was a digital engagement effort which lasted over 3 weeks. It concluded yesterday, where people could essentially do the same kind, provide the same kind of feedback, but in a digital format, looking at things at their leisure and being able to provide some comments with some digital tools that were available. I'm happy to say that between the digital engagement and the in-person engagement, we feel like there was a very robust response to at least this phase of the process, and hopefully it will result in a character area report, which will be completed in April, which will complement the existing conditions report, which has already been produced, to really give a good baseline for where we are in terms of what's there and what's the consensus on what people hope will be there in the future. And that will be very instructive to kick off phase 2, which will include developing a series of land use scenarios as well as a preliminary concept plan. That will be work that will be accomplished with some consultant help. The community will be kept informed through the community forum, which has been established to help guide the process. And hopefully phase 2 with the land use and concept plan will be completed by the end of the year. As you will recall, since we even began this whole idea of Plan Lee Highway, there are other considerations which are informing its work and adding to the complexity of it beyond Lee Highway just being an extremely wide geographical area. We are, of course, integrating the his HCD work, the Conservation District work, excuse me. And then, of course, our community has become very concerned with stormwater resilience and mitigation. So we want to make sure that those efforts are very much incorporated with the Plan Lee Highway effort.
Thank you. And I think you were going to talk about a meeting you had with some folks from Indonesia.
That's right. Oh, this is just a fun thing that's always, I think, just an uplifting way to think about our work. So we hosted, I guess, Krista, what would you say, about 10 or so municipal elected officials from various parts of Indonesia, and they came here. They were part of a State Department program, and they specifically wanted to meet with us in Arlington because, of course, we've become internationally known in the last year because of a certain new office tenant or office developer, headquarters developer, and that was sort of the reason why we were on the map for them, but we didn't really have a conversation entirely about Amazon. It was mostly about how government works, how we're set up to actually accomplish our work here. They were very fascinated with the way we're structured and how we go about doing our work, so we had a nice Civics 101 conversation. But the part that I just found incredibly enriching was their interest in how do we translate the policies that we believe in to certain outcomes that we experience in our community. So how, for example, their interest was, how do you get a 2% unemployment rate? How do we do that? How do we make that happen? How do you get 3/4 of your community having bachelor's degrees? They were interested in how they could move the dial between enacting policy and achieving certain outcomes that they viewed as desirable. And it was an incredibly helpful conversation for me. Hopefully they got something from it, and I think that we have a number of municipalities in Indonesia who might be interested in forging a greater partnership with Arlington County. So hopefully I've done some good ambassadorial work to maybe expand our sister cities concepts.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, we don't have anyone from Asia right now. We have a number of folks interested. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I just could add, thank you for referencing hidden figures as part of your upcoming talk on coding with Liza Mundy. I just want to make sure everyone appreciates, if you followed the book and the movie that Katherine Johnson profiled in it, passed away. Her death was reported yesterday at 101.
Yeah, there's a wonderful article about her, which actually just before this meeting I was reading through a little bit. I only got partway through. Great reading. I imagine she'll come up in our discussion with Liza Mundy. Just amazing, amazing people. Thank you. That brings us to another board report. I think Ms. Crystal, you had one. Yeah.
I just wanted to share a bit of a report out and also an appreciation for the Crystal City Civic Association and their renter engagement outreach event. So this is really a credit to the CCCA, who worked in partnership with the Business Improvement District and JBG to do some dedicated outreach to renters in particular in the Crystal City neighborhood. It is as the leadership of the Crystal City Civic Association point out, they have not a single family home in their civic association. It is entirely multifamily residents, 90% of whom are renters. And as we know from a lot of our efforts, this can be a population that is less common or less likely to show up at public hearings, for example, or at civic association meetings. And so really wanted to credit the CCCA for their efforts to do this dedicated outreach. Sometimes, or I know when people think of renters in Arlington, they think of young professionals and millennials, but it's also true that we have a lot of longtime renters who've been here for many decades or in Crystal City for many decades. So it was great to see that diversity of ages and tenure in the county at this event. We really focused on opportunities to engage, talked certainly about the Civic Association itself, which along with the two others in 22202 has been doing some really exciting work with their livability framework, trying to chart their vision of the future that they want for the community as Crystal City undergoes some changes in the years to come. And we also talked about commissions and the ad hoc events and opportunities for engagement that we have throughout Arlington, and certainly promoted. I think it's engage.arlingtonva.us, which we can never promote enough, is always a great landing page for those who are interested in serving perhaps on an ongoing basis in the county or just learning about what might be happening in their neighborhood. So I really wanted to, in particular, spotlight Carol Fuller, the president of the CCCA, and especially Zach Combs and Jackie Bianchini, who are themselves renters and very passionate about engaging their fellow folks in Crystal City. So big thank you to them for organizing this opportunity.
That's great, and thank you for doing it. I will say, I think the Crystal City Civic Association is setting the bar really high for civic associations. They're just doing impressive work, so thank you for going and supporting that effort. All right, that brings us to advisory group appointments, which I have a number to read through here. I will go as quickly as I can and try to pronounce the names correctly, and I will simply move that we make the following appointments. So, to the AIM Board of Directors, reappoint Kim Phillip for a term ending September 2022. Civil Service Commission, reappoint George Bailey for a term ending February 2024. For the Crystal City Citizen Review Council, reappoint Michael Dowell, Pamela Van Hine, Susan English, Rich Kelly, Judy Freshman, Barbara Selfridge, and Zach Combs for terms that all end in February 2022. For the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint Paul Holland for a term ending December 2020. Reappoint Peter Robertson for a term ending September 2021. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, reappoint Carmela Ham for term ending February 2024. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Committee, fondly called JFAC, reappoint Todd McCracken, William Ross, Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, and Rachel Silberman for terms all ending in January of 2022. To the Lee Highway Alliance, reappoint Matt Weinstein and Tom Wolf for terms ending February 2023. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, reappoint Ann O'Brien for a term ending February 28, 2022. And to the Urban Forestry Commission, reappoint Nate Ames appoint Nate Ames for a term ending February 2023 and reappoint John Carey for a term ending February 2023. I believe that is all of the appointments. We don't need a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion passes 4-0. Thank you to everyone who has agreed to be appointed and reappointed and is helping us do our work here. That is great. That brings us to our regional reports. I think, Mr. Dorsey, you have a regional report for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to orient you to the 2020 Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments priorities and areas of focus, something that I try to do on an annual basis just to let you know what your COG is prioritizing. So if we think about the board as a whole, setting direction for the organization, there have been 3 priorities identified. One, transit-oriented communities, something which builds upon the housing targets work that we did last year. Advancing racial equity, which is something very much tied into our own Arlington County priorities, and also a transportation climate initiative. So I'll just take a minute to explain each of those. The transit-oriented communities priority, as I said, advances the housing agenda that we discussed last year, which, to remind you, calls for increasing the supply of housing units in the region by 320,000 units by 2030, which is 75,000 units above what had been the previous forecast. And that is designed to make a greater dent into the general nature of housing being unaffordable because it's not matching population growth. But beyond that, it's also calling for that housing to be located proximate to ways in which people can move around the region, or in COG language, activity centers. So making sure that of that housing that is produced, 3/4 of it is in activity centers as opposed to inducing sprawl. And then when it comes to affordability, that 3/4 of those units be affordable to people who are in the lower and middle income range of area median income. Those things together are designed to deal with the issues of structural unaffordability, and then targeting specifically our region addressing our affordable housing challenges. As part of this nexus with transportation, the idea is to incorporate the work of the Transportation Planning Board with the housing work done by COG in order to actually produce policy that produces housing in those areas where it makes the most sense, because we've made the regional transit investments to be able to move people efficiently and sustainably. And one of the ways in which this work will be supported is through a new tool that COG has developed, which allows a lot of different filtering and looking at the region and how people can get from one place to another, so that policymakers and planners can really figure out how to translate this desire to have housing better meet our needs on all levels to actual putting policies on the ground covering certain areas. So I encourage you all, since you all care about these issues deeply, to play with the tool. I think you'll find it very useful. Move to the next slide. Racial equity. As you know, COG is the convener of the cohort that Arlington County has about 10 people participating in this year that is facilitated by GARE. And we are going to have the cohort again in place for next year. So if Arlington is interested, we can have more people participate. But that is just part of our efforts to advance equity. It also includes regular convenings where practitioners in the field among the local government jurisdictions can share best practices, so that organizations who are farther along can help those that are a little bit behind. And then there's also an emphasis on getting equity imbued in the policy committees in COG. And then on June 11th, there will be a summit that COG is going to host, which will take this beyond government and also include nonprofit as well as business sector stakeholders into a region-wide summit on equity. More details on the agenda and how that will be structured will be forthcoming in the coming weeks. Another priority is the Transportation Climate Initiative. And this builds upon the work of RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And Virginia is the most recent addition to the Transit Climate Initiative, which includes 12 states plus the district that stretch from the Mid-Atlantic up to the Northeast. And all of these jurisdictions, these states are engaged in an effort to reduce CO2 emissions that come from the transportation sector. And one of the policy tools that it's looking to implement and develop rules for is a cap and invest program. So where you cap emissions from the transportation sector, that creates a market for allowances, which will produce revenue, which would then be reinvested in initiatives that will make transportation more sustainable. After the built environment, which is a little bit over half of all CO2 emissions, the next biggest chunk at over 40% comes from the transportation sector. So this is an important initiative if we're going to think about really moving the dial in terms of supporting our 2050 community energy plan goals, and that we're expanding beyond the region to look at the entire Mid-Atlantic corridor is an important advancement. And then on the legislative side, there are many COG priorities. I'll just name a few. For transportation, it is the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act, as well as fixing the Transportation Trust Fund so that it doesn't continue its structural deficit, reauthorizing and enhancing the PREA program, which provides funds specifically for the state of good repair and sustainability of Metro. On the energy and sustainability front, we're looking for new rules and efforts on the federal side that will enhance our efforts at climate and flood resiliency, looking for stronger rules to be promulgated for regional air quality, and also that there be greater federal investment in energy security and resilience of our energy grids. And then one of the long shot priorities is to get the federal government to take a more constructive role with localities as we try and do an accurate and complete count for the 2020 census. But it's certainly a priority that we get all of the support that is necessary there. And then finally, we're going to ask the federal government to engage with local communities. The work that I mentioned about activity centers and locating housing proximate to that, we want the federal government to understand that work so that as they consider where to locate federal facilities, they're mindful that the region prioritizes activity centers as a way to ease the mobility of people and to take advantage of infrastructure. And the federal government can be a big help with that in terms of either locating facilities or relocating facilities along with our regional plans. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Otherwise, that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Darcy? I just simply want to say a couple of things. So I'm a vice chair of the Region Forward group with COG, and we are working at equity at our April meeting. And I was just in a conference call looking at what we were going to look at. Transportation was one of them. And I brought up, I'm sure we're going to be using this tool, because one of the issues is you can locate where people need to be, you put in transit, and then suddenly the cost of the real estate goes up because everybody wants to be near transit, and the very people you were trying to help get pushed out. And that's just a perverse incentive that we're going to have to work on, and we'll be talking about that in April, I'm sure. And then finally, just a little bit more on equity. This whole, effort to try to infuse equity in what we do. I'll do a little announcement for anybody who is really wanting to come to one of our budget work sessions. March 2nd here, Monday, we're going to be working with Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, who's going to be here and talking to us about how to get equity into our budgets. And I think that should be a great work session. You're all welcome to come. There'll be coffee at 8:30 and a little time, mingling time, and then we'll get into the work session from about 9 to 11 or so, a little before 11. So everybody's welcome to that. I think that brings us to the end of regional reports, board reports. Mr. Manager, I think we're over to you for the manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a number of items to go through today. I wanted to start off with something that I'm very excited about, because after many years, I stopped counting. We've had community discussions on how to best restore and make use of the historic Reeves Farmhouse. And this afternoon, I wanted to announce that Habitat Nova, Northern Virginia's unsolicited proposal for rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the farmhouse, and its associated parcel is a group home for developmentally disabled persons. I'd like to announce that bringing that forward to you, and a draft letter of intent. So I'm going to ask Lisa Grandel to magically appear. This usually works.
It does usually. Sometimes there's a pause. Lisa?
Okay. Well, she's also going to be joined by several other people who will also magically appear.
Okay.
And she's going to give a short presentation and be able to answer some questions. And I also noticed that we have here representatives from Habitat Nova, their provider partners, and also from the Boulevard Manor Civic Association. The president is here and going to hopefully give them an opportunity to make a few remarks. And remember, at the conclusion, what I'm looking for is a sense of the board to allow me to go ahead and sign the letter of intent with Habitat Nova. And that will allow them and their provider, L'Arche of Greater Washington, D.C., to begin the capital campaign that they need to raise funds and in-kind services for their project and fulfill the requirements that we're going to have that are precedent to us conveying the particular property here. And when that happens, if you are so inclined to give us the approval for the letter of intent, we will come back at some future time for the actual action item to effectuate the transfer. So with that, a person who's actually spent more time working on this than I have, Lisa Grandel.
That's great. And I want to say, I think we may have some representatives from L'Arche here and maybe Homemade as well. And we don't usually have people come and speak for this kind of part of the program, but we will today. Lisa, go ahead. Ms. Grandel.
So thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the board. As Mark said, we're very excited to be here this afternoon to present the county manager's proposal for moving forward with the Reeves Farmhouse. It has been a long time collaboration between different county departments, and we're excited to have the new partnership with Habitat for Humanity and also our partnerships with the community leaders. So I have several other staff people with me today, so we will be here to answer any questions that you might have. Diane Probus, who's running the show here for me, Betsy Erbst, who's from our Real Estate Bureau, Cynthia Lacies Torres from Historic Preservation, and LaVoice Reed from Department of Human Services. And then I think maybe at the end of my presentation, we can let the Habitat folks introduce the people that are here from their team. So just a little bit of background, because I know many of you are familiar, but people that are watching may not be. This property is about 2.5 acres that we acquired back in the early 2000s adjacent to Bluemont Park. It was the county's last operating dairy farm, and it's in the Boulevard Manor Civic Association area. We purchased the property in 2001 from the Reeves family after Mr. Reeves passed away. And we've done a number of things since that time. So one of the first things we did was have a consultant develop a historical, archaeological, and architectural survey of the property, which was followed by, in 2004, the county board placing a designation and historic zoning overlay over the entire property. Some years went by, and I think everybody, the community staff, was frustrated about what to do, what the right steps to do were. So the county board had asked HLRB to partner with Boulevard Manor and look at some interim uses. We followed that up with an updated condition of the house because there was concern about what was happening to the farmhouse as it continued to deteriorate. And then the county went through two different efforts, a request for proposals in 2012 and a request for interest in 2013, and neither of those really yielded us with any viable partnerships. So the county continued to struggle. That led to a discussion with the community and the board in 2015 about this idea about creating a unified residential district and basically subdividing and breaking off a portion of the property that contained the house and making it a legal lot. And that was approved by the board, and then we went through the steps in 2017 through 2018 to do what we needed to do so that we could record the plat. And some of the things that we had to do were things like creating a driveway and some parking pads, taking down the garage that was on the property line, doing some landscaping. So we completed all of that. And what you have now is, if you could go back one slide, what you have now is Lot 1, which is about 0.32 acres. It contains the farmhouse and the driveway. And then Outlot A and Parcel B1, which is about 2.2 acres, and that is going to remain as public parkland. So that brings us to where we are now, which is the Habitat Northern Virginia proposal. So Habitat learned about the county's struggles with finding a partner through the Boulevard Manor leadership and some other local leaders. And they approached us in May with an unsolicited proposal for rehabilitating and doing adaptive reuse of the farmhouse as a group home for developmentally disabled individuals. So the project will both rehabilitate the existing farmhouse and also construct a historically compatible addition to that. They have partnered with L'Arche of Greater Washington as their partner in fundraising, and L'Arche will be the provider of the residential support services for 4 to 5 individuals with developmental disabilities. They're also partnering with HomeAid, which is the official nonprofit of the Northern Virginia Building Industry Association, and so HomeAid is going to bring their expertise and their resources into the partnership as well. And as Mark said, if authorized, we would be seeking a go-ahead for him to sign a non-binding letter of intent between the county and Habitat Nova. And then the terms and conditions of that will lead to what would have to happen for them to convey for us to convey the property so they can implement their proposal. So what does this do for the county? Because I know there may be some people out there that are disappointed, but I think there's more good things to this. So the historic Reeves Farmhouse will be preserved, and it's going to be operated and maintained with private funding. It's not an insignificant amount of funding that's going to be necessary to carry that off, and so that's great to have a private partner. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, over 2 acres of the public parkland is going to be preserved, and that includes the historic milk shed. It's the wildly popular sledding hill. Hopefully we'll get snow next year. And then the Reeves Land Learning Center gardens. And it also expands housing opportunities for Arlington residents with developmental disabilities. So the letter of intent includes terms and conditions by which we would convey the farmhouse and its lot by a deed of gift to Habitat Nova. There are some key conditions to that. Habitat Nova will have to obtain a certificate of appropriateness for their final design from the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board. They have to demonstrate at certain points throughout this process that they've obtained and required the right amount of project funds, and the LOI goes into the details of that. And then we will negotiate with them an agreement of conveyance, which will actually contain the use and ownership restrictions. And again, as the manager indicated, that will actually come to the county board for action. A little bit about the historic preservation. There is a historic district zoning overlay over the entire property, both the piece that will be retained by the county and this new Lot 1. Back in 28, the county did an additional exterior preservation easement that's been recorded. And anything that they're doing will have to comply with the certificates of appropriateness from HLRB, and they will be working with the design review committee prior to that HLRB action. So what are the next steps from here? So if you authorize the manager to sign this today, the next steps would include 2 public meetings to present the Habitat Nova proposal to the community, one to the Boulevard Manor neighborhood and one to the broader public. Habitat Nova, L'Arche, and HomeAid will begin their capital campaigns so that they can raise 25% of the $2.3 million that's going to be required for the project. Habitat Nova can then start working with the Design Review Committee in reviewing the preliminary concept plans, and then eventually apply for their certificate of appropriateness from HLRB, which there will be a public hearing for that. And when they've met the required LOI conditions, we will bring the agreement of conveyance back to the board for your deliberation and approval. And then the agreement will be conveyed and executed, and the property will be conveyed. So those are the next steps, which I expect are going to happen over the next couple of years to get us to a wonderful, wonderful conclusion of this great house. So we're here for any questions, but I think you might want to go to our...
Yeah, does Habitat for Humanity, does anyone want to speak for Habitat? Come on, yeah, come on, Mr. Smoot. Can I bring up the rest of the... Sure, if you want, absolutely. This is a big positive. This is a real big positive. You'll even pull the Civic Association president in. That's great. I'm going to ask you to speak later, Mr. Teague, if that's okay. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members and Mr. Manager. This has really been a complete blast from the get-go. When the county came to us and originally thought, well, can we put a low to moderate income family member, household into the Reeves house, that just wouldn't have worked. The expense to rehabilitate, to maintain a historic property would not be suitable or even appropriate for one household. And it was about that time that an elderly gentleman with a son with severe intellectual disabilities, who himself was in his 50s, the dad was really worried about what's going to happen to his son. There's no money to leave, you can't put it on the siblings. And he came to us and he said, can you guys develop a house somewhere in Northern Virginia? And we thought, ding, this might work. So we started talking with Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey and others and said, well, what do you think about this idea? It's going to be expensive. It's going to be really a lot of fun, but a lot of work, and a partnership between the Civic Association, the county, and then I have to go out and look for a service provider and how we're going to pay for the damn thing. So enter all these other players that now stand before you. Very grateful that we secured the interest of Homemade. Homemade, as Lisa said, is the philanthropic arm for Northern Virginia Builders Industry Association, and they are very excited about this project and will help us with a lot of the heavy site work. And Habitat Nova, as the general contractor, will bring in our partners and our volunteers later for the finish work. So it'll come along pretty fast. And also we had really successful conversations with L'Arche. Unfortunately, their CEO could not be here today. He got very sick, but there are several others that will speak on their behalf. So we worked out a fundraising agreement where we raise money, they raise money. It's their capital campaign. We're the general contractor, we're the developer. We work together. We convey the property at the end that they take from us after we have jointly fundraised and closed the deal. So we're just really excited for your support. You all have been terrific and have wanted to see this happen. And I think you're kind of glad that Reeves will end up as a happy home finally for something. So we hope it's a win-win for all.
Thank you so very much. It's one of these things that makes me think maybe there was a reason it took us so long, Ms. Grandel, because we came up just where we needed to. Would you like to say something?
Would you like to help me share Luke's thoughts?
Right. I'm lost representative of the USA.
Yeah. So, do you want to introduce your name?
My name is Charles Clark, lost representative of the USA.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to have you here.
And my name is Eva Elizabeth Chisholm. I work with Luke Smith, who is sadly ill. He is our executive director and community leader. And we just wanted to express our gratitude to Mr. Schwartz and to the rest of the team, to members of the board, to Habitat for Humanity, and to Homemade of Northern Virginia in the really exemplary planning efforts for the historic Reeves Farmhouse and for bringing us on as their partner. And as you likely know, the need for housing and support for people living with disabilities is high. Many Virginians with intellectual and developmental disabilities are eagerly awaiting access to services in the community, and we're excited to take this step together to serve those Virginians. Together, we are making Arlington County an even more inclusive and welcoming place, and we look forward with hope and gratitude to working alongside you in developing this new home here in Arlington. So we're very excited for what the next few years and many years beyond that are going to hold. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're excited too. This is really wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kelly DeRoy.
You got anything
It's nice to meet you.
Good.
And say Arlington County.
Yep. Anything else, Cal? Where's that?
Think, go out in the community together and stuff.
Yeah. We do a lot of fun things
We
together.
do a lot of fun things together.
Kelly, you told me you were really excited that the farmhouse wasn't going to have stairs. It's going to be accessible on the first floor.
Yep.
Do you not like stairs?
It's one of the
I
tricky things
understand.
as people get older in our homes. We have to think about making modifications, and we're hopeful that the development of this space will enable fully accessible. The
Yes.
expansion will be fully accessible without any stairs. That was part of the key announcement to our homes, our existing homes, was no stairs. So maybe that'll be part of the capital campaign.
That's not a bad theme, maybe a little. That's great.
Takes a lot of money to do that, though.
It does, but we're going to raise it.
Well, right.
We are.
We'll work together to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Very much.
We're going to go
Really
back
appreciate
this
it.
way.
Yeah.
It'll be a little easier.
Now, I was going to have Mr. Teague go last, so maybe we'll get somebody else. Do you want to, I thought you could finish up, is that? Yeah.
I'll jump up.
Homemade,
Hi,
absolutely,
I'm
thank you.
Jason McDonough. Thank you so much
Hi.
for having me. I'm here on behalf of Homemade Northern Virginia. I'm the board president. And on behalf of our executive director and our entire board, I just want to say how excited we are, Homemade Northern Virginia, is to be a part of this project. For those that don't know, just a brief background on Homemade Northern Virginia. We're a local chapter of a national organization. We were formed in 2001, and since that time, Homemade has partnered with 36 shelters and organizations in our community to impact the lives of 167,000 people. We've invested over $18 million into the Northern Virginia community. Our mission is to facilitate the renovation, restoration, and construction of housing in our area, in our market, for shelters and other organizations that ultimately benefit those in our community. We do that by leveraging our relationship and partnerships with the generous building community, builder captains, home builders in the area, as well as their trade partners. Of the $18 million that we've invested into the Northern Virginia community, over $10 million has been donated through in-kind donations of material and labor. Historically, Homemade Northern Virginia has had a wonderful relationship with Arlington County. Since 2007, we've been a part of 10 projects. I think 4 of those involve doorways. And we've invested $3 million, a little bit under $3 million into the Arlington County community, of which over close to just under $1 million was in-kind donation. So a longstanding relationship and partnership with projects and organizations within the Arlington County community and Northern Virginia. I just have to say that, you know, I'm excited. We're excited to be a part of this collaboration. In a collaboration, you've got multiple parties that can focus on what they do best. And on behalf of Homemade Northern Virginia, we're excited to bring the construction element to the partnership. So thank you for having me, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and introducing yourself and telling us a little bit more about Homemade. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Mr. Teague, I think you're on.
Well, thank you for the time. My name is Chris Teague. I'm the president of Boulevard Manor Civic Association. When I first brought this idea to Christian Dorsey in March of 2017, I knew in my heart that we would be able to get to this point. And if it was not for the professional and phenomenal county staff work that have done this, I really am very, everybody should be very proud of them. I just sort of have 5 points that I want to make, sort of taking this up to a 50,000-foot view. This is not the missing middle sort of housing, but this is the missing least among us housing. We have an opportunity to showcase what Arlington truly is all about. This is not a conservative or progressive or Democrat or Republican type of thing. This is a humanity plan. This is a broader, we are Arlingtonians, and this is what we stand for plan. This will be this will be a platinum standard for public-private NGO partnerships moving forward. Arlington is setting a world-class standard on how to convert publicly owned historic structures to appropriate use with almost net zero tax dollars. This is a win-win-win for the county, for the least among us, for community, for setting the example for our children, future generations, for our parks, and for making real change that everyone can get behind. And lastly, this is an example of what you can get done with the county when you collaborate, bring forth out-of-the-box thinking, build trusted partnerships, look for the win-win for all involved, come with proposed solutions, and set aside ego and self-agendas. So as president of Boulevard Manor Civic Association, I look forward to working with whoever I need in order to make this vision a reality, physical reality. And I strongly urge the county board to approve moving forward to the next phase. I look forward to speaking with anyone in the future on promoting this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. It's Tig. No, that's what I get for calling you Chris all the time. Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Smoot, thank you for coming. All of the folks from L'Arche, from Homemade. I mean, this is just really a wonderful thing that we're doing here. Can't wait for the ribbon cutting. And I know we've got a little fundraising to do in between, but I have no doubt that it's going to work out just fine. It's just too perfect. Thank you so very much. Thanks a lot. So I believe I need to do a quick motion here to authorize, and I will move that we authorize the manager to execute a letter of intent with Habitat for Humanity.
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Aye.
Love to speak
Yes,
to
you
it.
may speak to it, sorry. I moved too fast. Mr. Dorsey wants to, because I've been talking
you.
mostly and you have not had a chance.
Oh,
Please
that's
go.
okay. I just, this is a beautiful day. As Mr. Tig mentioned, he came to, we had a discussion about this in 2017. And we have had lots of discussions since then, and he has been just really the exemplar of a community advocate to make sure we never lost sight of what could be this ultimate occasion where we're able to deliver on something that utilizes a public resources but does it in an effective way to perform a public good that would otherwise have gone unmet. This is truly, I think this is going to be a great chapter in Arlington history when this is completed and it's written. And Chris, I am proud that you are going to be play a lead role in that story. It's really terrific. I will take this occasion, though, to acknowledge some people who are not in the room because this has been a long journey. And I know John, working with you at Habitat, Noemi Rivera has been outstanding in making sure that we're able to keep this moving on track. There's lots of different procedural hiccups that can sometimes manifest, but I know she was always diligent in making sure we stayed on track. So please extend our thanks to Noemi for her incredible work on this project. And even within the Boulevard Manor community, there have been lots of different faces and figures who've had an interest in this farmhouse over the last couple of decades. Sandy and Joan Horowitz, Sandra Spear, who all at various times really took ownership of trying to come up with an idea for how to preserve, and that's always been the fundamental North Star, how to preserve this historic resource and have it provide some kind of good. And even though feasibility, desirability of some of those efforts and initiatives have gone by the wayside in place of what I think is truly a transformative use with what is proposed to us today, I think without Sandy and Joan and then later Sandra taking ownership of keeping this in our consciousness, something bad would have happened with this historic asset and would have prevented us from being at the place that we are today. Like you, Madam Chair, I think even though it's taken a long time and we would have preferred that it not have taken this long, sometimes it takes a while to reach the best possible outcome. And I think we're on the precipice of that. So good luck to everyone who's going to be raising the resources. We stand ready to help in whatever way is appropriate, but this is just a great day to be an Arlingtonian.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal, would you like to say something?
So I think Mr. Dorsey really said a lot of thank yous to some important folks, particularly those not in the room well, so I won't belabor it, but I just want to say I think getting to this moment is a testament to a lot of people who kept the faith. And so certainly Ms. Grandal above all. And I think this is a testament to Mr. Smoot, you and Ms. Rivera have stayed interested in working in Arlington. I'm very optimistic that this is the tip of the spear as we start to think about, for example, some of those missing middle housing forms that Ms. Garvey talked about. I really see us opening up a lot of opportunities for partnership, and I can't wait because you all are a terrific partner. And L'Arche, which just continues to do such critically important and meaningful work in our community. We're so excited about the prospect of being able to expand the work that you do to serve more in our community. Chris, talk about keeping the faith. You are the ultimate example of yes in my backyard, and it's been really exciting to see your leadership in the community at civic associations and beyond. So I wish we were, really delivering on that final stage, that conveyance, but I have faith we're going to get there, and I would associate myself with Mr. Dorsey's remarks about standing ready to support however we can.
Thank you. All right, great. And thank you for talking about the people who weren't here, because they really did help make it happen. I happened to see Noemi. I've known Noemi for years, and I talked to her the other day. She said she couldn't be here. I know, that's what she told me. Yeah. I told her I thought her priorities were a little off, but it's okay. Anyway, thank you all so very much. So now there's a motion, and it was seconded, I think? It was. All right, and it was Mr. Yes, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. All right. Motion passes 4-0. Congratulations, everyone. This is great. Ms. Grandal gets a gold star. Thank you, Lisa. This everybody does. It's just amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh.
Right.
All right, Mr. Manager, you think you can top that one?
No.
It's
Sorry.
okay. It's all right.
We
Thank
have
you.
a lot more to go through, so there's always a possibility.
Okay.
So I've invited Demetra McBride and Mike Moon from the Department of Environmental Services. And here they come, magically appearing from the audience. And also, members of the board, this is very important to me. Aaron Miller literally just got off a plane from New Orleans, and he was my representative at the Mardi Gras this year. And I'm going to ask him to model his socks when we're done with this presentation. But first, we have important business. I'm going to ask the team here to give you an update on our efforts related to stormwater and flood resiliency, and information on where we are and upcoming opportunities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Demetra.
Good afternoon. We're always happy to follow such great news. The timing of the manager's report is really exceptional because, as the board is aware, there has been an enormous amount of work going on behind the scenes, both in OSUM stormwater, cross-departmental with key stakeholders, and it was very complex, deliberative work. So we had to do that quietly. We have recently been able to share some of this work with the public, the stormwater group from CIFED, as well as a very well-attended meeting last week, which was supposed to be for Waverly Hills and Cherrydale, and attracted residents also from Torreson and from Lubber Run. They were elated. The news was enthusiastically received when we updated them on the work to date. There's great anticipation for the future work and the outcomes to come and success. So without further ado, we're also happy and pleased to be able to update the board under the manager's report. So how did we get here? As you know, there has been a trend of increasing intensity and repetition of storms over the past couple of years that's impacted the community as well as the region. Last year, in particular, there was an unprecedented historic storm that affected the area very profoundly, including even the White House. So what we did immediately was we engaged a whole new, rigorous, and very dynamic and diverse suite of community engagement actions after that storm. I have to tell you that the GIS story map, 5,500 views, and I'm constantly stopped. It's the one thing that defines me now, for the most part, in Arlington is the story map. It's an exceptional piece. So we also immediately sent out technical advisors, engineers to the most hard-hit properties. They gave them technical advice on dry and wet flood proofing. We touched almost 90 homes with that, and each resident was given, the property owners were given a detailed report on how to bolster their properties against future storms. We also had 2 October technical forums that was based on commercial as well as residential dry and flood proofing expertise, as well as home design to be flood resilient. And most importantly, and it was a keen interest of the community, was to try and explain and take them through the labyrinth of how insurance works in these situations. Also, at the direction of the county manager, there was an interdepartmental working group that was formed. This is part of moving from a stormwater program to what is now flood resilient Arlington, and the 4 subcommittees under that group have been working diligently for the past several months. The results will vary in coming back with recommendations, but the county manager has directed us to bring results back by summer of 2020. This is the definition and the mission of the 4 subcommittees. There's development and redevelopment and regulations, and I've skipped emergency on purpose as a nice segue. So this is to look at the regulations that surround development and redevelopment. Subsumed under that is an ongoing effort that we've been conducting for approximately a year on redesigning and updating the LDA program. Strategic improvements and policy changes, this focuses mainly on the CIP and really new engineering strategies, given the need. We have a lot of constraints here, as you know, with the system and with the geography and just with infrastructure and space. So in expanding the toolkit, the engineering toolkit, has been necessary. So there's a lot of invention in that, but also prudence and due diligence. And of course, communications and engagement, it really, really requires this kind of consistent effort that doesn't abate and actually grows in response to the interests and the needs of the community. So we also had a 4th group, and that was dedicated towards emergency preparedness and response. Erin Miller was the head of that group and came up with some excellent work. They turned in recommendations early to time it to the budget, the operating budget cycle. And I'll turn it over to Erin to talk about the outcomes and work of that group.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Demetra. One of the things I wanted to stress right off the bat was the composition of the group, as Demetra mentioned, was really a multidisciplinary, multi-departmental effort. And I think that's important when we address these issues or when we look to develop solutions for complex and emerging problems, right? And so I want to thank my colleagues from traffic engineering and operations, from water, wastewater. We had public safety represented, police and fire. We had folks from the stormwater team and a few other individuals come and contribute best practice and some subject matter expertise to us as we were discussing and framing out some of these problems. The primary focus and something that I want to share with you, the lens through which we looked at our task was with life safety at top of mind. According to the National Weather Service, flash flood deaths are the #1 cause of weather-related deaths across the country. And so it is a very serious threat. It only takes about 6 inches of water to sweep you off your feet and about 2 feet of water to disable a vehicle. So when we look at the risk that's presented in not only the public right-of-way, but also in our neighborhoods, in our community, we really wanted to put forth recommendations which reduce the potential for our residents and visitors to be put in those dangerous situations. And so one of the first things we did was assess the risk, right? Figure out exactly what the risk looked like. We utilized historical data, 911 calls for service, flooding reports from our own residents and businesses, information from the Department of Environmental Services. They have obviously great data on calls for service to catch basins, but as well in folks' homes. And so we worked with the GIS section to be able to plot that graphically and understand a little bit more about what the risk looked like within the community, because we know that it's not limited particularly to watersheds, right? As Demetra mentioned, and as you all have seen, there are some particular complexities that present challenges for us. And so with that, as she mentioned, we wanted to, because we had identified that there were two really distinct risks, right? Flooding in the right-of-way from folks who may be in vehicles or may be traversing the public thoroughfares. And then also we identified this sort of risk in many residents' homes in residential areas from these types of flash floods due to a number of individualized factors. And so after a review of best practices and even some of our neighbors, you can see here an example from the city of Alexandria. One of the recommendations that we put forth to the manager was a pilot of transportation sensors, essentially in the public right-of-way. And we sort of noted that there were a number of communities that are exploring this and utilizing this in different fashions. And so we presented some information about the risk we found and worked with the Department of Environmental Services to put forward that as one recommendation that'll be coming out fairly soon. I believe the manager's included that in his budget. The second one is residential sensors, and this is one of the issues that we really heard when we individually talked to residents, right? When my team, for example, and when we were discussing with residents and businesses post July 8th, you've got a number of homes that could be considered high risk in these situations. They're below grade, they're below grade living areas, maybe in a basement, and experience the definition of flash flooding: rapid intrusion of water, very quick increase in the depths of that. And one of the things we noted was providing that individual early warning and notification for that house, for that individual risk, was it's tough to be able to do because there's so many variables. And so we've recommended that we look at some individual flood sensors for residential use. So one of the models that we thought about was the fire department has a very successful campaign to reduce risk from deaths in fires by helping to install smoke alarms and make those available within our community. So we looked at the success of that program and have recommended this pilot for residential flood sensors. It's a low-cost flood sensor. It's just localized. It creates an audible alarm, but the goal is, had something happen at 2 a.m., we want people to be able to get that information when they're not otherwise going to get a text message. They might not otherwise get a phone call or an email from an emergency alert or warning notification system. And so we put forth that recommendation, and happy to say that as well is being included.
The next group that we'll go through, just summarize the work, is the regulation in policy and development and redevelopment. This is, again, to include and ultimately merge quite soon with the effort to update the LDA program. In brief, the program was, its original mission, why it was created, was to support the MS4 permit and look to water quality. As time has progressed and development has and redevelopment has been occurring apace, we've come up against a phenomena or just a trend towards runoff, on-site runoff. That can cause sedimentation and erosion to neighbors and downhill properties. So the update includes, it's not exclusive, but it includes a shift towards also looking at water quantity on site as well as water quality. You may say, well, is it going to add on more requirements? I think there's going to be a kind of effort neutral for developers trade-off. There's going to be changes, and there's going to be alternatives. There's going to be carrots and sticks. But some of the carrots are going to be, we're also creating streamlined templates that are going to really abbreviate the time and the engineering costs for developers. So there'll be more on that in the future, but that's been going on for a year, and it's quite exciting, the kind of development that's overcome, the transformation through that effort. We've also been working, again, as Aaron said, these were all cross-departmental working groups. So our group included representatives from planning, zoning, parks, forestry, obviously stormwater, and of course the county attorney's office. It started off with doing an intense deep dive into research, literature research on policies and ordinances and practices that have been adopted by other jurisdictions across the United States that are similarly, situated, challenged, and may be constrained as well. So we looked for consistencies and comparables. Through that, we've developed a large group, bless you, of large potential policy and programmatic changes. We've narrowed that down to a small number that we think have potential value here, and we're continuing the multi-departmental review. Really now we're looking at the possibilities in crafting, and I do want to take a moment to give a big shout out to Arlova. She's been really just absolutely irreplaceable and kind of really moving this group and moving stormwater to look not just at prescriptive measures and approaches, but also these kind of alternative approaches where you have options that you offer to the developers, to the contractors, as well as to the property owners.
An update on the Strategic Improvement and Policy Changes work group. We quickly found, I'll just mention also we're a very diverse group working on this team. From DMF for the financials, since this was CIP focused, along with the county attorney's office, members of the planning team from CPHD. So again, a lot of diverse inputs on this working group. We quickly found when we were looking at the CIP in particular, to solve stormwater shed scale system solutions, it was going to take more than our traditional build the pipe bigger approach. So we looked at multiple initiatives here: property acquisition, distributed detention, and even blended solutions that include both of those along with piping. And so we looked at those. And the last bullet there on the first initiative, the multi-purpose or dual use of public properties was something we spent some time on, particularly with schools and parks. We have been talking to both DPR and our school counterparts on specific locations where those projects could work. One example is Reed School, which is under construction currently. We're looking at using additional detention there to assist with the problems that occurred on July 8th in the Westover area. So there's really a need to think out of the box, and we've had real good cooperation in that area to date. Those initiatives will provide additional overland relief. Also reviewing the policy of publishing inundation maps, the pros and cons of that, along with the risk assessment that's currently an ongoing effort within DES to look at the risk elements of our system and our stormwater management piping network. And then lastly on this slide, the review of the appropriate design storm for future projects, whether we should increase the frequency storm or whether we should take a look based on experientially what happened in 2006, the storms in 2018, and then July 8th of 2019, if we should update our intensity designs to accommodate that so we can improve our, have more resilient designs in the future with higher increased design standards. Along with that, the investment, we did talk and share with that team our actual investment. You'll see here that it's a significant range in the $150 to $200 million area. Range for over a 10-year CIP, investing mainly in 3 areas of our CIP, which is comprised of maintenance capital for assuring state of good repair, streams and water quality, which is anchored in large part with our MS4 permit, and then the system expansion capacity for that's an area made not just through the process of this committee, but that were identified as a part of our 2004 Stormwater Master Plan. While we've done projects in that area, we're continuing to look at that master plan as areas to help improve the resiliency of our system and to prevent stormwater flooding in the communities and the civic associations that were identified as part of this process. And then lastly, additional staffing to help execute and implement the CIP initiatives. We know that's going to be an ongoing discussion, not just stopping with operating, but as we continue to look at that in preparation of the CIP, which will come to you later in the spring. This last slide is a segue from what Demetra showed you earlier, what we had been doing and how we got here. These are some engagement opportunities that are going to be provided for in the near future. You'll see on the bottom leader, the CIP Leaders Forum, March 19th, and we have our standard CIP engagement along the bottom there, proposed CIP, which you'll get in the May 2020 timeframe, along with a June public hearing and our standard CIP adoption that would follow. But I would like to highlight those two opportunities because of the importance of stormwater right now and the priority it has with both the manager's office and I think the county board. We're providing an open house opportunity on March 26th to communicate on two areas primarily. What the staff has done to date with these working groups to do what I would call a report out with different stations in that open house, and also to give a flavor and be able to get some input back on a roll-up CIP and what our investment areas look like for the upcoming CIP. And we felt that was important to do prior to the release of the CIP so we could get some input. And also there's in that same time frame, we'll be rolling out an online engagement tool to get those people, gain input from individuals that may not have attended to be able to solicit more input that could inform our process with the CIP moving forward. So really wanted to highlight those two opportunities, which are not normal. They're outside of what we typically have done with the CIP, but because of the investment that is really recognized and we anticipate here, we really want to focus on those two engagement opportunities for the community.
So that concludes our presentation. I know it's essentially cramming a work session into a 10-minute period, and it's a lot to cover, but from my perspective, it was very, very important because I've heard from a number of people in the community, what are you doing? So we have, engaged with small groups, and this is just an opportunity for us to get on the record, and we're happy to answer any of your questions now or later.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think you're right. People are they hadn't heard anything, so they're feeling like we're not doing anything, and we are. I appreciate this. Colleagues, questions for our staff? Mr. DeFranti.
First, thank you. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's evident. I think I'll have some questions that may be most appropriate for a follow-up, just to talk with you, but a few quick ones on the sensors. Thank you. This is an example of citizens' input, really changing what or accelerating what we're doing, and I'm just really pleased. Health and safety, as Mr. Dorsey mentioned last year, with making sure no one actually was passed. We didn't have any major fatalities, any major injuries, at least that I'm aware of from this. So the sensors, thank you. On the development, I'll be, of course, eager to follow up on the timing. And I'm also mindful that other colleagues may have thoughts, but the timing on the strategic improvements and policy changes would also be key. And then I might have one or two thoughts, but I'm mindful that others might want to jump in.
Okay, I'll see Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we look at Mr. Miller, you were talking about the localized flood sensors for residential use.
Yes, sir.
So is there any thought to maybe doing something that provides some network capacity so that we can get some data from these flood sensors that we would make available?
Yeah, I think when we discussed this sort of in a phased approach, right, our primary goal was to be able to pilot the feasibility of these sort of low-cost sensors as well as an installation model across high-risk homes. And I think, yes, as we continue to see where, for instance, residents have interest in that, we do think that there is an opportunity to have individualized sensors for residents who would like to participate so we have better data and information. I think that's absolutely something that was on our scope, and something I think that a lot of communities are maybe missing the boat on, that we can really, really, really look to be forward-leaning in.
Okay. And so this would work, so conceptually, go around saying, do you have a need for flood detection? And if the answer is yes, we just hand it over?
Well, I think that there's some particular targeted areas, right, where we've got some data that show that you've got individual property owners that are at what we would consider to be a high risk. And I think through some targeted discussions with those individual owners, not only with the with flood sensors, but also with some of the other programs that are offered through Stormwater Wise. For example, assessments on individual what we call dry flood proofing or mitigation measures you can take, right? Helping them with these resources. I think that's first and foremost, right? Hitting the target. And then we've included what we felt to be an overestimate of that risk pool because we know that there's going to be some more generalized interest. Does that answer the question?
Generally, I mean, part of me, while I appreciate this, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about how this is planning on working, given that the low-tech flood sensors are pretty inexpensive. I wouldn't encourage people who may be at risk to wait for us to get to them before they go ahead and deploy that. And that's why I was interested in the more network capacity, which can not only provide that detection, but also help us with some data in managing storm events.
If I may, I really want to associate myself with where Mr. Dorsey's headed, and I think we're going to have an opportunity to talk about this in our budget work session since this is proposed. But we've talked a lot about programs in the past, right, about where we are encouraging folks to invest in something, maybe with a tax credit or giving away devices in this case, and it invites maybe some equity questions, right, about if homeowners can afford this technology or there's a low-cost alternative. So I think I'm similarly interested, maybe to put a finer point on it, what is the community's interest in these? And so I think, you know, whether if there's network capacity that allows us to collect data that maybe one interest, or if there's a reason to believe that folks can't afford these and maybe at risk, that's absolutely the community's interest too. But I think I'm going to be interested in poking at that a little more. If there's anything you have to share now, by all means, but wanted to tee that up. I just wanted to, my main question was, I want to make sure I'm following the evolution of our approach and sort of our plans as they fit in this new framework. I agree with the comments of others. This is really helpful. I think that this broad framing in these buckets. But I know we had talked, I think when we last met on this issue, whether it was a work session or manager's report. And the work, as I understood it, was that our team was really assessing these a few different watershed scale responses in our hotspots, that you were kind of iterating on some alternatives that we could consider as part of the CIP. I think that would still fall into the strategic improvements and policy change subgroup. And I just want to make sure I'm tracking that. We're still likely going to see some options come CIP time, or just a recommendation for those hotspots come CIP time, that kind of core body of work hasn't gone away or evolved.
The quick answer is absolutely not. And as the county manager earlier mentioned, this is trying to squeeze a very lengthy work session into 10 minutes, and I know you have more items, so I'll leave it at that, but more to come.
Okay. My only other piece of feedback, this sounds like it could be glib, but I mean it sincerely because I think the transition from stormwater management to flood resiliency makes a ton of sense, is really, I think, just viscerally meaningful to a lot of our residents. But I would note that it looked like that under communications and engagement, the open house was described as a stormwater open house. So I hope we'll call it a flood resiliency open house, because I think that's a great term that will resonate.
Or maybe both. Yeah, and Mr. DeFranti.
So just quick, mindful of time. So I was glad to see this is the scale of the challenge is what leads me to say there's great work that you've done. I'm glad to see that the staffing addition is at least considered wonderful. Mindful that in the process of the CIP, part of resiliency eventually is going to be responding with some of the bridges, and that's a subject that'll come later. And one, this is very technical specific. I'd love to be able to take just this component of what we've had, and I don't know, this is a question for the folks who are running our TV, and clip it into a video that I could share, because this is the sort of thing that we talked about public engagement, but this is even this, as you have the 19th and the 26th, getting this out could be helpful. And then my real sense is that we're up the hill of the thinking, but all the implementation is next. And so I just want to thank you for the thinking and a lot of the work. But that does, I think we all share that we got a long way to go. And so in addition, we want to get our thinking out there that we're making progress. Thanks.
Great. Couple quick questions. Ms. McBride, you said the folks at Waverly Hills were delighted. Could you elaborate a little bit more? Was it the fact that you reported to them and you had so many things going on? Was it because they thought it was specifically going to help them? I mean, what was it that, went over so well?
Sorry. I would have to say it was probably all that and more. I think that we've been very quiet and we've asked them to be patient and we've told them that we're doing a lot of very diverse, very deep dive and very dynamic activity. And this was the first time that they literally got to hear and see the tangible progress. So I think that there was, it always helps with community relationship building to be able to deliver on a promise.
Absolutely, absolutely. So their patience was rewarded, at least so far. That's great. And then a really simple question, sorry to perseverate about the sensors. Mr. Miller, so are we going to go knock on the doors and say, hey, we have some sensors here, we really think you ought to put this in your home? Or send them an email? How are we going to approach this? Because I think it's a miracle nobody died before, absolute miracle. And I'm so glad we're sort of stepping up to make sure the next time this happens, we're ready and people are protected. But people sell homes and they might not want to talk about the flooding because that might lower the property values, so they might not know. So take it away. How are you going to handle that?
I think we have discussed and are working on a package of recommendations that provide a variety of outreach methods. So whether that's targeted mailers, whether that is door to door, whether that is advertising at these community forums and meetings to provide residents an opportunity to reach out individually. So it's not. If there is someone who's concerned that says, look, this may impact my property value, that they have the option to individually identify. We really feel and we heard from a number of residents that, for instance, and I've got an 11-month-old, so it really hit home for me. Somebody said my kid sleeps downstairs, and that's
pretty hard. No, we heard that too. I mean, the story's just still, I just
right.
kind of like.
And so we're hoping at least we can help to provide them some tools that'll set us on the path to where we need to be.
Yeah, and make sure that if somebody moves, the next people coming in know about it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. All right.
Okay.
Yes, this is just kind of warming us up for the CIP, right?
Right. So thanks, everybody. We'll see everybody back here again soon. Just so everybody can plan for what's happening for the rest of the manager's report, there's still 3 presentations that are worthwhile, and will take some time. Okay, let me just tell you what they are. First one is about the impacts of the July 8th storm and bridges. That's coming up next. We also have some people waiting very patiently around census and also our racial equity cohort. So we will try to be lickety-split on the rest of these. What I'm going to do is, you know what? No? Okay, well, I'll do it. Okay, let me I said on Saturday I would come back to you with an update on the trails. And so, as we mentioned on Saturday, the July 8th storm, there were a lot of damage in our stream corridors, down trees and debris. And what happened is that we've cleaned up some things along the streams. We've had some major erosion, and the natural trails that existed in many places are unusable because of obstructions, but also because of safety reasons. And the trails, a lot of the trails we had, especially in Glen Carlin, Lubber Run, and those areas, were not designed or really created by county staff. They are, you all know when we were growing up, there was a trail in the woods. It was created by natural back and forth. And so some of the trails are located in places where we think they're really vulnerable to future flooding. So some of them have steep grades, some of them are in resource protection areas, some of them essentially aren't in the places that are best for the trails to be. So one of the things we're doing in revisiting how it is we do work in those areas is to try to come up with the best place to do our restoration efforts and future work. And so in certain places, people will say, gee, you know, I used to walk down a trail, I can't get there anymore. Well, that's in some cases, that's intentional. We put up signs, and we've also have some obstacles we put because some of them areas aren't as safe as people may think just by looking at them. And so with that, you know, Ms. Crystal had asked a question which you will be able to answer further. That's why we have Lisa and Kurt here. There are lots of volunteer opportunities in our parks, but they need to be, you know, coordinated with us, because one thing we have an abundance of in the county is good-hearted souls who want to try to improve the natural surroundings, and sometimes that means that they're doing things that may not be best for the park. Getting to the specifics, we had 6 large pedestrian bridges affected by the storms, 2 in Lubber Run, 2 in Glen Carlin, 1 in Bon Air, and 1 in Gulf Ranch. And we can get into those as needed. We put up detour signs, for example, in Glen Carlin Park, telling people to go actually towards the restrooms there, where they can, at that point, access the 4 Mile Run and W&OD trails. And we can talk a little bit about some of the detours and ways for people to get through that. We have the other thing we've done is we've hired an engineer to go out and to assess all the bridges and fords. And what the study's initial findings show is that there are more than 50 bridges and fords of various sizes in about 24 parks. And essentially, there's been little to no capital investment in some of those bridges for 30 years or more. And so the assessment is going to inform what we put in the CIP. And so that is, we're going to have an expanded effort for our trail modernization program in the CIP. And we're going to move as quickly as we can, taking into account all the factors that we need to do. And we need to come up with an order of replacement, because we can't do everything at once. Bridge replacement isn't quick. There are actually some federal regulations we need to follow, let alone local steps and considerations. We need to design the bridges, fabricate them, make sure they fit on the site correctly. And I'll give you an example, and I remember this pretty clearly. It's called here the new bridge at Barcroft, but how new is it? It's 10 years old. We had to do something called the conditional letter of map revision process with FEMA to go through the floodplains. I don't want to belabor the point, but we have to do a lot of calculations, and also it costs, in some ways, this number is wrong. It's likely to be higher or lower, but we've estimated somewhere around $800,000 a piece to replace some of the bridges. And so we simply don't have that in our maintenance budget right now to do. And the last point before I turn it over to you for any questions is, as I mentioned on Saturday, we do have one bridge in the Lubber Run area which was identified by our own staff and the community members, which will be opening at some point in the next 60 days. I think that is our goal. So I crammed, again, a lot in there, and I will stop and we'll be happy to take questions, because I know there have been a lot of inquiries from the Glen Carlin community and Lubber Run community.
That's great. That's a lot, and that's a lot of bridges. Questions for Mark or staff? Anybody? I'll give you a minute to think. It's okay.
Sure.
Ms. Crystal.
So you ruined us, because with the stormwater piece, you told us there wouldn't be anything to the CIP, and then there's all this amazing work. So when you say there probably won't be anything to the CIP on trails and bridges, I now have false expectations. But I guess that really is what I want to confirm. So for folks who are interested in the schedule for replacement or the design of bridge replacement, the message is really that we probably won't have anything until we see that trail modernization and bridge replacement proposal as part of the CIP.
Correct, other than the one bridge, as the manager indicated, that we are, it's currently being fabricated and will be starting to get installed at Lubber Run in April. Okay. And so that'll be open by the summer. But other than that, we do not have anything else in the works.
Okay. Can you talk just a little more about, I think it makes sense that we're talking about these two things together, the trail modernization and the bridge. These are major features of our big natural resource areas. But it does seem to me that the trail modernization, it seems within the realm of the possible that there may be some work actually where we could draw on citizen involvement or see something more imminent than, kind of a multi-year funding proposal. So I guess I just want to probe on that. Is it truly not the case that there wouldn't be some efforts once the work of where the trails ought to go, or once we determine, hopefully in some cases, the trails may be in the right places for public safety and natural resource preservation? Can we conceive that there may be an opportunity for folks to come and help with plantings on the trail or otherwise restoring those?
Yes, we have plenty of opportunities for volunteerism. You just contact 4747, let us know what you're interested in, and we do a lot of restoration projects around the streams now.
Okay.
Not so much the bridges, but the streams and things like that. So we're happy to take any calls, or if people have ideas of where they think they'd like to work, we're happy to work with them.
Thank you. By 4747, you mean call 703-228-4747?
Yes, thank you.
No,
Okay.
what they really should do is email Kurt Lewis. That's KLOUIS at arlingtonva.us.
That'll work too?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Mr. Dorsey, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say for me, it's a prudent plan to relook at all of the assets that were washed away and really figure out which ones make sense moving forward to invest in, and very much support having that reasoned analysis. I will say that I'll just put a marker out there when we get to whatever that number is. To me, at the rate of 1 per year for a replacement is way too slow for my taste. So just presaging that I'll be looking for the CIP to maybe do something a lot more quickly than that, because that just seems like it could take a while to get to our
Well, they
status
said
quo
50,
prior to
50
July 8th.
bridges, that would be 50 years, yeah.
Well, the ones washed away
Washed
from
out,
July
okay.
8th.
All right. But those other ones are not in good shape either. Anyway, yeah, thank you. All right, Mr. DeFranti.
That's really helpful, the helpful context on the trailer. Also, I got a note about Spokane, which has done some innovation and had some bridges that are breakaway, and so there's some portability there. I don't know if that's workable in this case. I just love to follow up so we could try and address that, and I want to be, you guys may know background on a couple of the hot spots, how kids are getting to school, and I'd just like to follow up on that. I think it's best offline, but I did want to at least mention it. Thanks.
Okay, anything else? All right.
Okay.
Next item.
So-
Thank you so much.
Right. While we're getting ready for the update on the census, I did want to, as requested by the board, let you know that last month you voted to establish a $200 speeding fine zone. And I said I would come back when we were set to announce any places where that was going to happen. So after looking at speeding complaints and traffic data, we have the first 3 segments I'd like to announce today. They are Carlin Springs Road from Columbia Pike to George Mason Drive. The second segment is Military Road from Old Glebe Road to Nellie Custis Drive. And the third segment is Lorcom Lane from Military Road to Spout Run Parkway. And so we're going to be in the process of installing signs, and this is the first public notification. We're going to put a lot more information out there and a lot more public notification. And so people should not think that today, all of a sudden, we flip the switch. We're going to give some notification and some warnings before we go ahead and implement this. So that was just a quick summary.
Thank you.
Next up, Elizabeth Hardy is going to, Elizabeth is down here. Are you going to come up? Yeah, she's going to come up to the podium. And she is going to give us an update on the census. And also, we've been really busy recently with something was an art challenge. And so we have some exciting news on that. So I will turn it over to Elizabeth.
Great. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Good.
I'll give you an update on the 2020 census activities. We've had a lot going on, and we have so much more, too. We have some special guests here today. I'll introduce them as we go through the presentation. But if we could start with the presentation, that would be great. So some familiar faces you might know up there. We've had a lot going on. If we could do next slide. So at the Gates of Ballston this past Saturday, we had an art contest with the theme of the census. And it really was a kickoff census party. We had over 100 attendees. It was streamed live to on Facebook, but really the viewers of this Facebook stream are members of the Guatemalan community. The live stream was seen by about 6,500 views, and it's been reposted since. The second posting got another 3,500 views, and then another posting today over 1,000. So it's making its way out there, and there was a whole live stream of the art contest, and we also had someone from the Census Bureau, Partnership Specialist, who I'll introduced. They're answering questions in Spanish for the community, so this was a great event. We have a lot of information pushed out in Spanish to the community. So let me introduce everyone who's here. We have Jorge Cabrera. He runs the art program at the Gates of Boston, and with his family, Kim, and their son, Liam.
Thanks for bringing Leo especially.
So he's done a wonderful job. He coordinated the whole art contest.
Wow.
We do have some of the sample art. And if we go to the next slide, we have the winner here too. Karina Morones. Will you come up here and we can give you a round of applause and show your...
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
If you can see, if you can hold it up, you can see how beautiful. I mean, this was done in what, one night, was it, Connie? So Connie Freeman, if you don't know Connie, this is
Yeah.
Connie.
Hi,
Everyone knows
Connie.
Connie.
It's been a while, yeah.
She's the mastermind right behind this. The person who streamed it, I want to give his name out. His name was Bellarmina Cabrera. He was also there streaming it on his live network through Facebook. We also have, is our census rep still here? Are you back there? Okay. Hansel Aguilara is here from the Census Bureau. He is our excellent partnership specialist and was able to answer all the questions about the upcoming census in Spanish for the community. So it was a wonderful event, and we all like tamales that were wonderful too.
Wow.
So it was a great, great event. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for sharing. Thank you for coming. It's beautiful artwork. It's great. Yeah, it's great.
And the one thing she left out was it was also... Come on up here, Connie.
Come on the microphone, Ms. Freeman. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that it was translated in Mam, which is a Guatemalan indigenous language, and we have we have lots of people in Arlington that are from that indigenous community. So Arlington always being the role model for other municipalities, I think it was a great idea to stream that and to have 10,000 people watch it shows that there's a very large Mam community here. Thank
Wow.
you.
That's great. Thank you.
So next slide. Just want to touch on that next week is Census in Schools Week. There's a ton of resources and materials that are online. The schools is doing an amazing job promoting the census. They send out activities and information about how to integrate census into the schools next week into lesson plans. They also are working on a video that will be debuted next week, so look forward to seeing that. And each school has had a Census in Schools kit mailed to them, which includes, maps and activities and resources. So for every school in the county, they receive this material and they can go online, and everyone else can too. So if you're in the mood to test your knowledge about some things, subjects, feel free to go to the Census in Schools website and download some information. Next slide, please. So we are 16 days from when the invitation will be mailed out. March 12th is when people will start receiving invitations in the mail. But we still, like I said, we have a lot more work to do. Next slide. We are asking for volunteers that are needed. We are planning to have census pop-ups throughout the county. We have a lot of events going on. We're asking the public to help and to volunteer for these events. We have on the website, if you go to arlingtonva/census, and then you go to the toolkit, and then there's a link to, under the Take Action section that says sign up today to volunteer. There's a list of 46 events that are going to be going on over the next, 6 weeks, I think. So we are going to be very busy, and we need all hands on deck and all the help that we can get. Next. Again, 16 days. Think about that. 16 days.
Wow.
That's kind of scary. I just wanted to invite very quickly up Hensel from the Census Bureau if he wants to say a few things. He's our partnership specialist for the region.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be in here and the opportunity to have attended the event. We're really excited to working with the communities, especially Arlington County has been very supportive with the efforts of getting the word out. And it's been a pleasure to work with the Arlington County. Only been here working with them for a few weeks now, but it's definitely been very exciting. I do appreciate the enthusiasm and the opportunity to attend different events like this. The streaming online was very important, making sure that not only the community members that were present, but also abroad can talk to their family members about what the census is. So it's very important for us to continue to get the word out. 16 days right around the corner, but as we know, this is going to be a very big project. So it's important to keep continuing to educate the members of the community and keep showing up where we can. So we definitely appreciate the efforts of Arlington County, and we're excited to work with Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here. All right. Anything else? That's great. Thank you. It is hard to believe it's 16 days. We've been talking about this for so long. It is a little, it's really here. It's great. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Anything else, folks?
No, thank you, Elizabeth. And there's a
you
lot
very
of
much.
people who are working on this. And as I think I've mentioned previously, we're going to allow all county employees to take a break on April 1st to do the census. And some of our partners in the region are going to do the same thing. Hopefully, our business community will join in with that. So it's getting down to the point where we're going to have to deliver, and we'll see what happens. Some very exciting stuff going on at Buckingham. We also got a very exciting note today from one of our representatives on the Complete Count Committee about what's going on in the Mongolian community, things that they never had thought of doing before, and there's some real enthusiasm. So we'll see what happens.
Cool. That's just great.
Okay, so next up, let's see, okay. Why don't I give you, while we're waiting for our GARE equity cohort to come out, I want to give you a quick update on permits for shared mobility devices. So the application process, and we went over this a little bit when the board adopted the ordinance, the application process for mobility devices has closed. And we had a staff evaluation group, hi Tiffany, that took a look at all the applications. And we had this is what happened. 5 applications for e-scooters were approved and 3 were denied. There was a total ceiling, I think, of about 2,000 scooters. There were some companies that applied that didn't actually meet our criteria. They didn't actually have speedometers, so that was sort of an easy one to do. We apportioned out to all the other applicants. 2 of them didn't have speedometers. And so I just wanted to let people know actually the winners and losers are up on our website. The numbers that they received are also there. And we have given the current operators who are in the county who were not approved until March 15th to remove their devices. And also approved operators will have to get into compliance with all the terms of our ordinance by March 15th. Another item which we've just started working on in the past day was to put up our no sidewalk riding signage. And you can see you'll start seeing some of those new signs when they are parallel to protected bike lanes. So coming up next, we're going to be working on further guidance about sidewalks where there are not protected bike lanes. Also taking a look at some of the conditions about whether we should allow riding on sidewalks near schools. And we're going to have a lot of education events. And I would just encourage people, if they have questions, there's a place on our website to send an email, and Jim Larson and the staff are working diligently. I'm happy with the results so far. The only thing that made me a little bit sad is we received one application for e-bikes. And they were unable to meet the requirements for the speedometer, so we weren't able to grant that. I'm hoping that they'll be able to come back and fix that, but as of right now, we got one application, and the answer on that is no. I'm hoping that they will come back. So that's just a very quick update. We'll give you an update again probably in April after the March 15th rollout, and also obviously a full report at the end of the year.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, so last but certainly not least, we have the world's most exciting battalion chief, Tiffany Wesley, with us. And we also have Arlova, who already got a shout out today.
You did.
Another one. They're going to give you an update on the county's participation in the COG cohort that Chair, you were Chair Emeritus, previous Chair Dorsey brought up. I'm going to turn it over to them for an update on the initiative and how it's evolving. And just so that you can all relax, this is my last item.
It's fine. They're all great.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present our update on GEAR, on the initiatives. So right now, we have just selected our proposal for our racial equity tool. That's one of the things we have to give back to the county for being in the year-long cohort. So we have selected workforce development. And excitingly, when we presented yesterday at the ELT, the work for us is pretty much being done with the barrier analysis, so that at least the data we will have, and we'll be able to use that with the workforce development project that we're working on. So this is going to be internally for the county, with the hopes with the next cohort to extend into the community and get into that community engagement piece. The racial equity tool is to be used by all departments, and we are looking for the departments to use this for policies and procedures. We always want to begin with the racial equity lens with the 4 questions. The 4 questions being who benefits, who's burdened, who's missing, and how do we know? And that's going to be that critical data piece that we get from the barrier analysis. And also, what we did not share on yesterday, it must include a level of accountability. And so we want to include make sure that there's some type of reporting system to show what has changed and what the impact of that change has done. So it has to be an accountability piece for this to be successful. Our workforce development will include recruitment, promotion, hiring, training opportunities, as well as development. The data will also come from, aside from the barrier analysis data, we're planning to do interviews on our own with county employees, surveys to include in that data. You can jump in, Arlova. Want me to keep going?
Sure.
Okay. So that's our point 1. Our racial equity tool is going to be focused on workforce development.
Sorry, I will just jump in. Just to bring it, you asked. Just to bring it together, our goal statement, just why we chose that, was to create, our goal is to create a diverse, healthy, and strong workforce that provides opportunities to all sectors at all levels of employment. So the reason we're not talking about one component, it's not just about getting people in the building, it's retaining them and making sure they stay and have ladders and opportunities within the organization. So it's something that both our government and APS can do together, and something that, if successful as a tool, can be replicated at a larger scale. So.
And to add to that piece, thank you for that, Arlo. To add to that piece, we talked about on yesterday, it's critical bringing our APS partners into this fold, and that's why we chose this again. Part of that, as one of our APS members said, the hopes is with the 28,000 students in our Arlington Public Schools, we'll be able to start a mentorship program as well as an internship, so they can, when they come back from college, that we'll be able to bring them back and they can work where they live, will be the idea.
Okay.
So we're excited that we can bring in APS with us.
Excellent.
Another topic that we've been focusing on is centering the conversation back to race. So somewhere it's been lost in translation when we've been talking, and it's gotten, this is strictly about race. This cohort, Government Alliance for Racial Equity. And so However, we do understand that there are challenges with the LGBT community as well as sexism and the like, but it starts with race. And so for the departments that are starting to present, we also have some departments who have not yet presented to their organizations. We want to make sure that that conversation is centered around race. Along with that, we want you all to remember the equity versus equality piece. And so equity is giving everyone pretty much that level playing field, versus equality is treating everyone the same, although everyone is not starting at the same place. And I apologize, I wish I had the slide to share, but there's an interesting slide that one of my deputy chiefs actually sent me this morning, and I'm going to put that into my presentation. But if you can, for a visual, if you can, and you may have seen this already.
Bicycle slide? Yeah.
No, this is not, this one is better. This is the first
Looking through the fence.
Looking through the fence, but this one is different. I've seen equity versus equality, but this one is equity versus equality versus justice. So if you have, it's starting with equality, so you have the 3 children, different ages, peering over the wooden fence, looking at a baseball game, and they're all on the same, imagine a wooden block. Equity is providing the extra block, depending on the size of the child, so they can peer over the fence and watch the game. Justice is removing the wooden fence and replacing it with a chain link fence, so they all can see regardless of their size or height. So that I think that's an excellent visual to share, that equity versus equality versus justice, and we're seeking justice.
Now, I'm going to add, and this is not meant to be funny, the next iteration of that slide is who's on the field and who owns the team.
So that's what I was thinking was on the field. That's what I
so
thought was
that's,
next. Yes.
That's another piece of it.
Yeah.
What is?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this is all the goal is to normalize the conversation centering around race. We're asking to level the playing field so everyone can have the same opportunities for success. The key point, we want to make sure that we provide clear racial expectations for all. Not only clear expectations, but we also want to provide clear definitions. Even when we hear the talk of the slides that had to be for the budget, we want to make sure that people have the understanding of definitions as well as what they're expected to provide. The third piece we would like to address is making sure that the county as a whole goes through some type of training for social justice, because our belief is it's not just a few that are doing the work. The entire county needs to understand the work that is being done and be involved in that work. And we would like to also point out the relationship in allyship, with the definition being the lifelong process of building relationships based on trust, consistency, and accountability, which is key. And lastly, 2 more points. We don't want to address racial equity. We want to limit racial disparity. And I'll leave you with this, since you're going to be talking about the budget. Diversity ends where the budget begins. And so diversity has to be at the table to begin the conversation before the budget is sliced and diced, is our position. Yeah.
The only thing I would add, there's a couple of activities coming up. You guys talked about one of them, March 2nd, the work session that you guys are going to have this week at XMT. I don't know if you guys talked about that. We're having Gare come in to talk to our leadership. There's a website that's live now on equity. That's really great. And we hope to put training opportunities that we're aware of there so other people can learn about it. And we meet this month, actually Thursday of this week, and the work continues. So.
Yes, and I want to thank everybody. I can attest to the fact that these conversations that are going have not been easy. I will leave you with that, and I want to thank Tiffany and Arlova for coming here, and that concludes my report.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions or anything at this point? No? Great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. We're going to keep at it. Thank you. All right. I think that's it for this portion of the meeting. Seeing nothing else, I need to make a motion. And I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711, A37, and 8 for the following purposes. 6 matters involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes where, if discussed in an open meeting, the board's negotiating strategy and bargaining position would be adversely affected. Consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the terms and conditions of a lease of a county property to the courthouse deli at 2020 14th Street North, and consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the FAA's decision to establish a new flight procedure for departures from National Airport. Do I have a second? Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right, we are now in closed session. See you all back here no sooner than probably 6:45.
Hello, Matt. How are you?
board is back in session. I have to make a quick motion here, folks. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk, deputy clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Gutschall is absent. Mr. DeFranti?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal? Yes. Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Great. All right. We're on to we do not have any consent items to consider tonight. Is that correct, that were pulled? I think we're going to go straight to the regular hearing items. And if you call the first item, please, Mr. Kushner.
Item 26, relating to the Shirlington Employment and Educational Center. A license agreement between the County Board of Arlington County and the Shirlington Employment and Educational Center for approximately 845 square feet of space on the 4th floor of the Arlington Mill Community Center. Pardon me. And B, an execution of the revised grant agreement between Arlington County's Department of Human Services and the Shirlington Employment and Educational Center.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me this evening to make the presentation is Brooke Hammond Perez, assisted by Anita Friedman and Doug Radin.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I am here to present on the Charlington Employment and Education Center relocation. My name is Brooke Hammond Perez. I'm the Economic Independence Division Chief at the Department of Human Services. As we just went over, these are the two topics that we'll be discussing today. And just to give you all a background of an overview of events leading up to the relocation of SEEK's offices, back in 2016, between 2016 and 2018, SEEK participated in the 4 Mile Run Valley planning process and began to explore alternative locations because they were also evaluating the need for possible different service delivery models. In 2018, the Jenny Dean Master Park plan was adopted, and SEEK was not included in that plan to be part of the park. So starting in February of 2019 and leading up to September of 2019, staff were assisted with the exploration of alternative locations to house SEEK. In September, staff selected Arlington Mill Community Center, and the build-out of the space and the license agreement commenced at that point in time. In November of 2019, the board, in its closeout, approved the transfer of $222,550 in existing FY20 non-personnel county funds, which was SEEK's budget, from CPHD to the Department of Human Services, and we began to draft the new grant agreement as a result of having changed deliverables as a result of the move. And the plan is for SEEK to move into Arlington Mill Community Center on March 1st. And that would be the offices. And then by March 14th, no later than March 14th, the pavilion space will no longer be operational due to demolition of a building right beside the Weenie Beanie, and a fence will be going up around Jenny Dean Park come May. So staff did explore other locations. One was 3700 4 Mile Run. None of these locations worked out, which led to Arlington Mill being the location that was selected. 2708 South Nelson Street, that was AFAC's building, that was also explored. Shirlington Road, Bus Yard, and then a lot of other private locations were explored, but were not considered either because the rent exceeded SEEK's operational budget, or the landlords were not interested in housing SEEK at those locations. So Arlington Mill was selected. Room 422, there's 845 square feet in that space. There are several benefits to Arlington Mill, which I'll go into in a future slide, but free parking, so employers can pull into the garage and pick the workers up and not have to pay for parking. A lot of the workers themselves ride bikes or walks. There are plenty of bike racks on site. Also, SEEK has provided us with data that 46% of their current clients do live right near Arlington Mill, so it'll be beneficial to be nearby where they live.
And there's a benefit of having other nonprofits which are co-located in the same building. And the operational hours for Seek clients, most of the hires happen early morning. And usually by noon, if no employer has come, then there are no additional hires. So the operational hours have determined to be from Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then Saturdays from 8 a.m. to noon. Workers, there's multiple reasons, in addition to some of the ones that I just mentioned, as to why Arlington Mill, was selected. And one of the main ones is, where they are currently located, they are waiting outdoors with, extreme weather conditions and so on and so forth. So this being inside will provide them with a safe indoor space to gather while they are waiting for employers to come. There are also multiple other services offered in the mill that the day laborers can take advantage of. One of them is English for speakers of other languages, or ESOL classes, that are offered by REAP. Department of Human Services offers free citizenship classes in Arlington Mill. The Arlington Employment Center also has one-on-one employment assistance and specialized computer and other workforce development training that they can take advantage of, potentially because a lot of these workers maybe would be interested in trying to find more permanent employment and not just day labor jobs, which aren't as reliable. And there's also twice a month Legal Aid Justice Center provides free legal consultation and representation, which would be beneficial so that if they're eligible for any sort of immigration benefit under the law, those immigration attorneys can assess the day labor situations accordingly. And that is being done through a contract that we have with Legal Aid Justice Center through DHS. AFAC Food Assistance, it is an AFAC food delivery site, as well as where they currently are, they are receiving AFAC food. So the day laborers themselves will be able to continue to receive AFAC food, but at Arlington Mill. And then there's obviously the gym and recreational activities that are available inside the building. In addition, Department of Human Services Community Outreach Program, which is located on the 5th floor of the building. We have bilingual staff there that do holistic screening and intake and can help apply for any public benefits that they might be eligible for, as well as assess what more of their any ancillary needs they might have. And one of the new deliverables that I'd like to mention in SEEK's new grant amendment is that we are asking that SEEK track the number of day laborers that they refer to all of these services, so that we can, on our end, then know, oh, this is a SEEK client, and we can track their outcomes accordingly. And we're also, seeing this as a good opportunity, being co-located, to re-envision a service delivery model for the day laborers that might, be better in line with what their needs are. Outreach to the community that has been done to inform the community about the upcoming move of SEEK. We have, staff has distributed bilingual flyers, and SEEK staff has been passing out bilingual flyers to the workers and the employers to let them know that the move is coming up. We have distributed an FAQs, which has been given to the community and several civic associations. Staff presented at Green Valley Civic Association and Arlington Mills Civic Association meetings to hear and clarify any concerns that they might have. And we have had conversations as well with Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization to hear and clarify any of their concerns. Things that we've been doing to mitigate any potential concerns and manage the transition from Jenny Dean Park. We have ordered signs, and they will be posted come mid-March around the pavilion, bilingual signs to announce that SEEK has officially moved, so that anyone that is still there and did not get the message will hopefully get the message. SEEK has called all of the employers in its database of employers to inform them of the move as well. Department of Human Services and SEEK staff are meeting with the workers actually this Saturday, and we're going to hear and clarify any of their concerns as well. And one SEEK staff member will continue to be on site at Jenny Dean Park in the booth there in the pavilion until that fence goes up, so that they can make sure that anyone that's still gathering there understands that the office has moved and the pavilion, has moved, and that, try to encourage them to go over to Arlington Mill. Other things that
SEEK is doing, they will be distributing taxi vouchers and bus passes to, for those that might not live close to Arlington Mill and might, say it's an inconvenience for them to go over there. Some of the workers are also, that I spoke with last Friday actually live in Chirilagua area of Alexandria. And so, they were a bit hesitant to want to go all the way over to Arlington Mill. So we will be providing taxi vouchers, SEEK will be providing, taxi vouchers and bus passes to hopefully encourage them to go over there. Police will periodically monitor traffic in the area during peak periods. Park rangers also will be regularly monitoring activity in Ginny Dean Park like they always do and making sure that, any visitors of the park are in compliance with park rules. And Department of Human Services staff will be addressing any friction points that may arise with the neighborhood. And managing the transition, what we've been doing on the Arlington Mill Community Center side. A couple things I'd like to note. SEEK's day labor population has decreased steadily since its inception in 2001. And the average number of day laborers that are on site any day ranges between 10 and 15. And there's only about an average of 4 hires per day. So we do not expect SEEK's move to Arlington Mill to have any material impact on the traffic there. Most of these day laborers do not drive. They walk or ride bikes. So the only cars that would be going to the mill would be the employers, and we're talking an average of 4 a day. SEEK staff will be on site to ensure workers wait in room 422. So we'll have some staff at the pavilion, one staff member at the pavilion, making sure they understand that they've moved, and then one on site to make sure they, they wait in 422, in room 422, if they're not utilizing other services in the Arlington Mill. And then a staff member will be down near the garage to ensure that when an employer does pull up or calls SEEK's office, that, they can send a worker down. And the idea is that they wait in, the employers come to the garage, especially while the Columbia Pike multimodal project is underway. The operations at SEEK, I've already mentioned, but, Andres Tobar, the executive director of SEEK, and I actually are meeting with the workers this Saturday to hear from them. Department of Human Services and DPR staff will also be monitoring any friction points that might arise. And I'd also like to mention that Department of Human Services staff will be physically present every day for at least March on site, because just to monitor the transition, make sure that the processes in place are being followed and that there are no concerns that arise. And so myself or some of my staff, as well as DPR staff, will be present every day in at least March, and we'll kind of monitor and go from there. If we need to be there more, we can definitely do that. Department of Human Services staff are also evaluating SEEK activities and service delivery model to ensure that we continue to provide holistic provision of services to SEEK, and we'll be regularly monitoring their deliverables through quarterly programmatic reports that they'll be submitting, and we can monitor and assess, effectiveness of the service delivery model as we go. The police will also periodically monitor traffic in the area at Arlington Mill, and our staff at Human Services are coordinating with DES staff to ensure that all stakeholders are aware of the impact traffic patterns that might have on SEEK operations. And one other thing I did want to mention, is that DES staff has made a series of operational changes to improve the traffic flow in the area and address community concerns. But like I said, since there's only expected roughly 4 vehicles a day as a result of SEEK, we're not expecting it to have any material impact on the traffic. And so our recommendation is to the board is these 2 items. They approve a license agreement between the County Board of Arlington and Arlington Employment and Education Center for 845 square feet of space on the 4th floor of Arlington Mill Community Center, and that you grant delegated authority for the county manager or his designee to execute the revised FY 2020 grant agreement between Arlington County's Department of Human Services and SEEK.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And Mr. Tobar is here, the executive director. Andres Tobar, would you like to say anything? You're welcome to come up to the podium or sit right there at the table and turn on the microphone, whichever you'd prefer.
I would be delighted to address you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, distinguished members of the board, Mr. County Manager, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Andres Tovar, Executive Director of SEEK. Just want to thank you all for the support that you have given the immigrant community for the past 20 years. We came to Arlington County 20 years ago to address an issue that was in Green Valley, where over 150 immigrant workers were congregating, and we wanted to find a solution. We've been working hand in hand with Arlington County staff and your support to ensure that we were able to provide a helping hand to these folks. And over that time, we've reduced it now to, instead of 150, we have less than 30 people. Usually it's 15 or less by noon. And we reduced it from the jobs that they were getting initially up to 50 over the weekend. Now it's less than 10. So there has been a dramatic drop in that venue as a job site. So the challenges that we had, we addressed, and I'm here to say that it was a success, the experiment that we tried with your support. And now our next move to move over to Arlington Mill is a tremendous opportunity for us to continue concentrating and offering the helping hand that these folks have. And if we've indicated before, we have some initiatives for immigrant women as well, so that we can help both men and women, immigrants who are looking for work, giving them a helping hand. I think Brooke did an outstanding job already of addressing the issues that we have here. One of the things that I indicated in my letter, if you had a chance to read it this morning, is that we recognize the problems on Columbia Pike, and we definitely do not want to bring any additional traffic problems. So what we will do upon your approval of this motion, we'll do is contract with Arlington Red Cab and ask them to pick up our workers so that we don't have employers coming over there for the next 3 months. And from that time on, we'll see how it goes. But we think this is a reasonable alternative. We're looking, and we will continue looking for ways of addressing any issues locally. We have enjoyed a tremendous goodwill with WETA, Green Valley folks, and others in terms of working together out there, because we're all in this together, and we want to bring that same attitude to Arlington Mills. So with that, I'm delighted to also recognize our board chair of SEEK, Nora Lopez, who joined me today. And it's a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you so very, very much for your support.
Thank you. Thanks for all the great work. Thank you. Mr. Krishner, do we have some speakers?
We do.
Okay. Would you call them, please?
Our first speaker is Jim Hurz.
The Shirlington Employment and Education Center has been a source of low-wage, skilled, and unskilled labor to Arlington individuals and businesses for decades. Thank you, Mr. Tabar. The so-called living wage in Arlington County in 2020 is approximately $16 per hour, or about $33,000 a year, or about 30% of annual median income as defined by HUD. Very few AHIV subsidized apartments have been constructed for persons and households at 30% of AMI, which is workforce, not tech force housing, Mr. Dorsey. As we saw and heard on Saturday, Ms. Crystal, Arlington View Terrace will consume $107,000 per unit in affordable housing funds, where only 8 units are affordable at 30% of AMI. Total construction cost per unit will be more than $495,000 for the 77 units. $495,000 per unit, Ms. Garvey. It gets worse. The Berkeley apartments under construction on South Glebe Road have only a few units at 40% of AMI, although the Berkeley is located within walking distance of many low-wage jobs, like in the shopping plaza across Glebe Road. So, Mr. De Ferrante, why do you educate and train a workforce and then force them to commute 30 and more miles to sprawl housing that's actually affordable because little or no workforce housing is available here in Arlington?
Thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, that's our final speaker. Mr. Kushner?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So the conversation is with the board. Great to have everybody here. Colleagues, questions for staff, for Mr. Topar? Ms. Crystal?
Great, thank you. So I think there's a lot to be really excited about here. And one of the takeaways I have from the board report and as well as Mr. Perez's presentation and Mr. Tobar's remarks is that this is really about the evolution of a program. And Mr. Tobar, I love the way that you put this, that this was an experiment that worked. And now it's about continuing to support this organization and finding long-term and better, more reliable workforce opportunities rather than day labor for the clients that you serve. So I think, to the extent we've heard some community concern, it is about more cars coming, particularly to an area of Columbia Pike that's been really challenged recently because of the construction happening there. So I think clear takeaway that we're expecting probably about 4 additional vehicle trips a day is reassuring. That's, as we were joking earlier, probably less than the average pickup basketball game at Arlington Mill basketball courts would incur. But I guess my question is, how do we know or how confident do we feel that the model won't shift again, right? So we've seen these changes over time. I'd be interested to hear, and maybe Mr. Tobar, you might want to give some insight into this too, about exactly how this program got from dozens and dozens of clients every day to just a handful, how it has changed the model. Is that a reflection of a full employment economy and maybe the context around our immigration policy and enforcement? Do we know, for example, that if our economy shifts, work becomes, we are less than a full employment economy, jobs change again, how do we know we're not going back to those days of 150-day laborers, many others coming to pick up jobs? How confident do we feel that this permanent home is going to match the permanent model of the organization? So I'm looking for insights from either staff or Mr. Tobar.
I would be happy to
Could you
Come up to the chair.
Yeah. We have millions of people watching, Mr. Tobar.
I understand. Let me say this, that when we had 150 people, ABC Distributors was right down the street. It was a lumber company, and what was happening is contractors were going to that location, and they would pick up some lumber, and they pick up a couple of guys to help them in those projects. Well, more than 3 years ago, ABC Distributors has closed. The other things were, there were Dunbar homes were right there, African-American families were living there. Now it's Shirlington Crest is there, building $800,000 townhouses over there. The whole complexion of the community has changed. And so the magnet that was there for jobs is no longer there. So it's not that people, that we're continuing getting the number of people, it's that everyone has found other venues of how to do this. And I give an example often that a couple of guys came over a couple of years ago, suitcase from Houston. They said, look, I don't have a place to stay. I'm looking for work. I said, go to the pavilion, talk to the guys, and come back to see. 30 minutes later, the guy came back. He said, we got a place to stay for the night and a leader on the job in the morning. That kind of networking has been going on. And so what happens is, over time, all of the networks began to become much more effective. And so it's becoming more, diminishing the numbers of workers in that particular venue.
Got it. Okay. That's really interesting, and especially those sort of complementary land uses, which have gone away from even the original site, let alone this future home. So that's really helpful. The only other question that I had was, so lots of really good information about how staff and SEEK staff are going to work to inform the clients. What about I guess, consumers of day labor, or those guys who are doing the hiring? How are you getting word out to them to come to Arlington Mill instead? And could you describe a little more the plan for how they'll know to come in underground to that parking, dial up, et cetera? Tell me a little more about the plan to communicate with them.
I mean, yeah, I can respond, and you can let me know.
Ms. Hammond.
Well, let me just say this. Part of the reason of indicating that we're going to be using red top cabs for this is we want employers to call us because of the congestion that's going on right there. We want to make sure that we reduce it, that we're not going to be adding to it. So what we're doing is providing our phone number to the employers to please call us. We will be doing marketing in the various faith community bulletins that we have. We have more than 10 churches that have been helping us throughout the years to help, and they're very supportive. So we're getting the word out to please call us if you need workers, and we'll work out the transportation issue so that it doesn't add to the congestion.
Just a quick question. How many of your employers do you know are repeats? In other words, I think you're reaching out to people who come regularly. I think the question is, are there a lot of people that won't know because they're coming for the first time? But I gather you have a lot of repeat people so that, you have a way of reaching out to them. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. And well, we're inviting them over there on Saturday to begin with, and then we're going to have an individual there on an ongoing basis. So any repeat folks, we'll be guiding them back over here to come and visit us at the office.
The employers.
No, not the.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, sorry, Andres.
That's okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Ms. Garvey too, and also Ms. Crystal, if I could, I'll kind of respond to both yours as well, hopefully. I think that, so we are inviting the employees, the workers themselves this Saturday, and we're going to speak with them about, any concerns they might have, so on and so forth. But as far as the employers, SEEK has a list of employers that, are those repeats that they know of. They have called them to let them know of the upcoming move. And then I think one of the benefits of having the SEEK staff members still hang out at the pavilion for the first few months in case, some car comes up that it isn't an employer that they're familiar with, and they can inform them, you got to go over to the Arlington Mill. And Ms. Crystal, to respond to your questions about just the changing dynamics and, how do we, why the diminishing numbers and so on and so forth. I think a lot of it does have to do with, cost of living as well. I know that some of the outer lying counties, Prince William County, for example, Fairfax County, have a larger day labor population, and there are other day labor centers. There's one in Centerville Labor Resource Center that has a lot more workers that attend there, and I think when you don't have steady work on a day-to-day basis, and you might get a job on Tuesday, and then maybe you don't get the next job until Friday or the next week. It's hard to make ends meet, and so they're moving out into the farther reaching areas of Northern Virginia. So I do think that is a contributing factor. And I think one thing that Andres, Mr. Tobar, and I will do, and we've been working together for a few months now, and we'll just constantly monitor the service delivery model. There are different service delivery models than the one that SEEK is currently doing, and Mr. Tobar and I have also had conversations about maybe having an order form on the website, so if somebody wants help with gardening or moving, and it's just a one-off type thing, and they're not your regular frequent employer, then maybe there could be some sort of way that they could go in and say, I need 2 people to help me with moving on Saturday. And then, Andres' team could reach out to the workers and say who's interested, and it would be at this hourly rate. And that way they're also helping advocate for the workers themselves, because they're part of that wage negotiation. They're making sure nobody's getting, underpaid. Right?
Exactly.
So I don't know.
Well, thank you, and that wraps up my questions. I'll just remark that that is such a salient observation about so many of our workforce training and economic opportunity programs, that on the one hand, we want to congratulate programs that are doing a great job of lifting folks out of poverty, but the other trend that maybe our diminishing numbers are actually belying is that we have a lot of folks moving out to where cost of living is more affordable. So a trenchant point for us to consider as we think about housing affordability and other cost of living issues.
Yeah. Mr. Dorsey.
Sure. A couple of quick questions. So first, in the board report, we referenced that, as we've talked about, that the garage will be utilized for matchup between employers and employees, but that at some point when the multimodal project is complete, that we would envision perhaps pick up on Dinwiddie Street. And I would love to, before I express a strong concern with that as a potential next step, to understand some of the thinking behind why that was proposed, as opposed to Arlington Mill Drive behind the garage, which is much less traffic flow and provides a much easier way to match up people who may be, getting into vehicles.
I believe the main reason why Dinwiddie was considered, obviously after the multimodal project is complete, is because there is like free 15-minute parking right around there. And so it was more for like ease of use for the employers and to encourage them, I think pulling up behind the garage, and if you have a big truck, how are you going to turn around? But, I think we could explore any other options. I mean, right now, the messaging that we're giving the employers is, they should come to the garage or call Seek's office. And then, as Andres has mentioned, if he wants to have a taxi or something, meet the employers out at X work site, then, he and his team could facilitate that. But I'm open,
Yeah, I would encourage us to be not only open-minded, but actually look to make the Arlington Mill option work as opposed to Dinwiddie. Just as someone who who lives in that area and who is very familiar with it, even though there is parking that can be available for free for short-term use, it's often in high demand. Even if we desire ultimately that clients be in the office before being sent out to a vehicle, at some point, when weather's nice, there's going to be perhaps a desire for people to congregate. And when you consider the adjacent Columbia Pike Plaza, as well as the number of buses that use that as a transit stop, that can get very congested and cause some safety issues, both vehicularly and also for pedestrians. And that Arlington Mill area is just much more serene. And the trucks that I think are typical for, Seek employers seeking employees, whether they be pickup trucks, large vans, are not going to have any issue behind there. If they can get into the garage, they can, back out of that area. So just for you to think about that. The other one is operationally. So the license agreement, as I read it, says that Seek will not be able to operate outside of the hours of Arlington Mill. And I understand that on Saturday, Seek is actually usually working a couple of hours before Arlington Mill opens. So does this mean that there's going to be a change in Seek's operations?
No, actually, from what I understand from DPR, Arlington Mill will begin to open on Saturdays at 8 a.m. effective in May.
Oh, okay. We're going to change it for Seek. Great.
And
all right.
no, I think that was already in place prior, but our DPR staff has agreed to have a staff member available on Saturdays for the months of March and April to open up for Seek at 8 a.m. And I think that they do that for a lot of other, one-off activities that might happen and people need access to the space prior to 10 a.m., which is our current open time. So, we're changing Arlington Mill is changing their hours of operation to 8 a.m.
Terrific. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
So my question is similar to, two questions. First, just so I understand I think it's slide 9 on the taxis and the buses. You mentioned just that vouchers and bus passes will be provided to encourage workers to go to the new locations. Just so that's going to be through the month of March, or how long? And would that be your staff? I think you said your staff might be there for some period of time, and then those vouchers, once there would just be a sign there after that time period ends. Is that?
Yeah, it'll actually be for as long as Seek wants to provide them. We have baked into their grant amendment a line item to pay for vouchers so that we can, promote the option to go to Arlington Mill. And since, we're talking about 10 to 15 individuals and 46% of whom live around the mill, we're not going to be needing to probably give those vouchers to many individuals. So it'll probably be a handful. So basically, I would think as long as the money lasts and the clients need it, but it would probably go on beyond March, in my honest opinion, I would think.
Great. And the other question is this one that Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Crystal also touched on, which is after the multimodal project is done, we're just going to, it seems that we'll have a pretty different, if I think of the space down near where you currently are, it's a different program delivery. And, I agree, there's a ton of traffic on Dinwiddie. It does seem as though that the old location was sort of a convenient place to just sort of pull up along. And much as I love to park in that back section of where off Arlington Mill Drive, and I do think you could turn around back there. It just, there really isn't a space that's it's going to have to be inside the building or in the back. It just seems like a pretty different program delivery. And I think that's inevitable. I mean, the only place that I see that's that convenient is the 7-Eleven parking lot, which is not a safety option. But I want to see it. Do I have that right? And I think the only answer really there is a different program delivery model that's more effective. Is that?
That's correct. And I think, this is something that our staff will work with SEEK staff on in kind of assessing as we go. But I do think that there are options for different service delivery models here. I think in the current situation, it's kind of a first come, first serve type model. The workers want to be out in the pavilion or right by the weenie beanie so that when a truck pulls up, whoever gets there first is going to get hired. Other day labor centers have explored other options, and that's part of the reason why we're meeting with the workers themselves this Saturday, such as like lottery systems where, somebody says, I need a skilled painter, and of all the day laborers that have identified as skilled painters, then there is a transparent lottery system in place so that that way at least it's a fair process and they understand it. Oh, well, you got hired yesterday, so today I'm going to get hired. And they probably are going to get the same amount of work that they usually do by, coming the first come, first serve model. But that's definitely something we will look into. And I think having SEEK co-located with a lot of DHS programs and DPR programs inside Arlington Mill will allow us to be able to monitor and assess and change that service delivery model to fit whatever best practice we need to do. So
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, great. So I'm, as you know, I really support Phoenix Bikes that's there, and they have an Earn a Bike program, and one of the things they do with the Earn a Bike program is that the youth build a bike to give to someone who needs a bike, often to workers who need it for transportation. So I see a very good synergy going on here, which is great. And I think exploring new models, just as Mr. Tovar said, it's a very different time, and now you've got these devices and things you could start matching people up. I think it may help. It's going to help the employers. It's going to help the clients coming. I think this is maybe a really exciting time for SEEK. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to make a motion? I think we're probably ready for that.
Sure, Madam Chair. I'd like to move items 26A and 26B, and the county manager recommendations are to approve the license agreement between the County Board of Arlington County as licensor and Shirlington Employment and Educational Center SEEK as licensee for approximately 845 square feet of space on the 4th floor of the Arlington Mill Community Center at 909 South Dinwiddie Street, and to authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief for the Department of Environmental Services or designee to execute the license agreement and any related documents on behalf of the county board subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And then to also, 26B, grant delegated authority for the county manager or his designee to execute the revised fiscal year 2020 grant agreement between the Department of Human Services and SEEK.
Is there a second? Thank you. Moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion at this point, Mr. Dorsey?
I will briefly say I see a lot of opportunity from this to locate SEEK within Arlington Mill Community Center and to take advantage of the many other services and opportunities available through AMCC as a way to really provide for comprehensive workforce development for SEEK clients. I think this is potentially a very good thing moving forward to deal with the changing nature of the economy and the changing needs of the workers. I think all of the impacts that need to be mitigated will able to be successfully done so at this location. So for those reasons, I am pleased to support this and pleased to see it moving forward. And I think, Mr. Manager, does this now fully occupy all the space at Arlington Mill?
I think so.
Yeah. All right.
Yep. Ms.
Great.
Friedman is saying yes. I think she knows. Yeah. That's exciting. That's great. Any other final comments? Mr. DeFrancis?
Just briefly, I'm thinking of the sign as we walk into this county boardroom about being inclusive and welcoming, and thinking of all the work that you've done, Mr. Tovar, and so glad that you're on board, Ms. Lopez. And then it all comes back to the word trenchant and our future deliberations on how we keep trying to make this an inclusive and welcoming community. I'm happy to support this.
No, that's great. So I remember those days 20 years ago when it was 150 people. It was a deal. I mean, it's really exciting to see where we've come. Thank you so much. All right, I think we're ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you much. Congratulations. On to the next step. On to the next step. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hammond-Perez. Thank you very much. All right. I think we're ready for the next item. Mr. Kushner, would you call the next item, please?
Of course. Item number 27A through P are requests to authorize advertisements of public hearings for taxes and fees related to the proposed fiscal year 2021 operating budget.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Manager, it's that time of year again.
Yes.
Here we are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today is the DMF team of Emily Hughes, Richard Stevenson, Maria Meredith. And we did a preview of this on Thursday afternoon. And what I want to do is walk through the same presentation. And then also, everyone should know who is watching at home that the full budget, all 900 plus pages, is currently online and available for people to begin to parse through it. A lot of material to be covered there. So let me start with the focus of the budget. And again, remind everybody, today we're not going to be getting testimony. We have two public budget hearings scheduled for, I think, March 31st and April 2nd. But the overview I'm going to give today is, there are three areas we had focused on initially, which is the foundational areas, as I've defined them, talking about investments and core services. And then, is always important to try to follow faithfully the guidance that we receive from the county board. So you'll see that the budget I have provided proposes no change in the current tax rate and investments in the areas of housing affordability, stormwater, schools, workforce, and metro. So by the numbers, our overall tax revenue for fiscal 21 is estimated to increase at 4.6%. And the real estate assessments, which make up about 57% of the overall tax revenue, are also estimated to go up 4.6%. And that is a blend of a commercial assessment increase of 4.9% and a residential increase of 4.3%. We've also enjoyed an increase in our office tax base, which has been driven by a decline in the office vacancy rate. The office vacancy rate currently is at 16%, which is down from a high of 21% about 3.5 years ago. The total budget is $1.4 billion, which amounts to a 2.9% increase from the fiscal 2020 totals, split, as you can see here, between $846 million for county operating and a schools transfer of $550 million. In addition, as we talked about on Thursday and as we've mentioned every year, in addition to the $550 million that we are transferring directly to schools, the county provides the equivalent of about $0.015 on our tax rate, or about $12 million in services that if the county didn't provide, schools would have to provide. So for example, school health clinic services, school resource officers, crossing guards, and a number of other smaller activities which come close to $12 million listed there on the slide. And a little bit more context on the next slide, the total proposed county transfer to schools, as I noted, is $550 million, which is a increase of $50 million over fiscal 2019. And in addition, per the revenue sharing principles agreed to by the county board and school board, Arlington Public Schools will be receiving 47% of every incremental tax dollar that comes into the county. And we've also noted there the Washington Area Bureau, Board of Education totals of the per pupil costs for Arlington County schools. And you can see on the bar chart here that we have mapped the increases in the total change in county services, which are the blue bars, and the change in the total APS transfer, which is in the, I don't call that orange, reddish bar. And you can see that over the entire period, I think this last column here is meant to depict, okay, it's the, for 2021, the total you can see for county is 2.7%, and schools is 3.3%. Let me go on to housing affordability. Now, the county board directed that I come up with a series of options that would provide up to $9 million in additional funding for housing. And we've laid out here on this slide the total that makes up a little bit over $9 million. You'll see the first bullet speaks to an increase of $2.7 million in the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, which is an increase from the adopted level in fiscal 2020 of $16 million up to a total of $18.7 million. Next item speaks to the potential increase in the cigarette tax being considered by the General Assembly. There are several versions of that bill currently in the General Assembly, and in addition, the legislation that would provide counties the same taxing authority as cities provide us a few opportunities where we think the option will present itself to the board in April for the potential to increase the cigarette tax. Now, this estimate here is a very conservative estimate. There are various proposals floating about in Richmond that would expand the cigarette tax to include vaping. As of right now, we have not included those kinds of increases as part of this revenue estimate. In addition to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, which is set aside for building bricks and mortar committed affordable units, we have a considerable amount of money that goes to housing support and housing grants. You can see down towards the middle of the page, we're proposing an increase of over $800,000 in housing grants, up to a level above $10 million. And just to note, the number of grant recipients we estimate will be at 1,244, which is an increase of about 1.4%, the number that we currently have in fiscal 20. We've also, keeping with the policy that we adopted last year, you remember we went many years without adjusting the amount of the grant to tie it to market adjusted rent. Last year was the first year, and I think at least 10 where we had done that. This year we're continuing that, so the amount of the grant will go up depending on the size of the rental unit, whether 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms, and we have details on that laid out in the budget. Also, the Permanent Supportive Housing Program is increasing by $400,000. This is the first increase in the Permanent Supportive Housing Program since fiscal year 2014. We've seen an increase in participation in this program, and to describe it just briefly for people who may not be familiar with it, the Permanent Supportive Housing Program sets aside units for people who have, in many cases, profound intellectual and physical disabilities. It requires not just a unit that is universally accessible, but also requires wraparound service of various kinds where you have staff that work very closely with finding them a place to live and also ensuring that they get the care that they need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have also set aside a relatively small amount of money, $250,000, to pilot a program that would focus on those youth who are currently in foster care, and as they age out of that program, they are often left with no choices, and this would set up a pilot to see how we might be able to transition some of those foster care, they're not children at that point, but adults, into a productive setting. And all of this, as I've noted, requires staff, specifically a housing locator, a case manager, and additional support for making sure that all these programs work in tandem with each other. I skipped the bullet up above that talked about Housing Arlington. As you know, and as the board has focused on, we're engaged right now in a series of very intense and focused conversations with the community about the missing middle and other approaches to increasing our housing supply. And I'm proposing an addition of a principal planner to assist with those efforts. Also, additional funding related to bringing on consultants and doing mailings and publicity and research and analysis and community outreach. So we have talked a little bit at the board meeting on Saturday about the Columbia Pike TIF. Currently, the funds that were available at least when we proposed the budget, was $2.3 million. I think that's been reduced a little bit by the action you took on Saturday. My proposal in this case was to take those funds which had been set aside just for Columbia Pike and make them available for a broader application across the county. And you can see the totals there bring, even without that amount set aside for the Columbia Pike TIF, more than 5% of our operating budget is still going to housing services and 15% to safety net services and housing. So that covers housing affordability. Second area focuses on the county workforce. And I can't say it enough, but in a full employment economy, we are competing it's a very difficult employment market out there to try to bring the quality staff to the county that we need. Not only to bring them here, but once they're here, make sure they stay. We make considerable investments in our staff. And so, as you are well aware, because the board set us on this course 2 years ago with the adoption of a new compensation philosophy, we have for public safety been experiencing some fairly high attrition rates, though those have improved over the last year or two. We're proposing as part of the budget that public safety personnel get a 5.5% increase, and then for most public safety employees, those who have been hired prior to June of 2018, an additional 1%. This is in keeping with the board's commitment to make sure that we lead at entry in the region, and also that we're committed to having people who come on board progress to 90% of their full earnings potential within the first 9 years of their tenure. For general employees, depending on which program you're in, the salary increases would be in the 3.25% to 3.5% range. And you'll note the 2 bullets down there. We're also going to continue every year a study of job families. We completed last year a study of planners and trades workers. And we have coming in the queue for next year, I don't think it's been completely determined yet, but I think it's technology workers, yes, okay. Also, a little bit of, sometimes this gets confused, but we have people who are working here. Many times they've been here performing excellent work, and they bump up to the maximum of a salary range. And so by moving both the minimum of the range and the maximum of the salary range by 5%, what you do is you create more potential earning capacity, and also those people who have been, quote, maxed out will be able to get a raise. We have very few people at the minimum of our salary range, so that is essentially not much of a cost for us. And all those pay enhancements marry up with the emphasis the board put in the compensation philosophy with our retirement plan, which is an excellent one. I'm proposing no changes to that, and also our benefits package, which we're proposing increased paid parental leave from 4 to 6 weeks. We're proposing to add Election Day as a county holiday in November of this year. And we're also proposing increase in shift differentials for those people who work the evening and midnight shifts. That applies mostly to public safety and trade workers. Dependent care benefit, which has been a great benefit for employees that allow them to set aside in a fund, and the county will match up here. We're proposing to go to $1,000 to match for costs associated with either children or adults who need care by an employee. And then we've gone to the maximum allowed by federal law for the transit benefit, up to $225 maximum. So in addition to the dollars and the kinds of benefits, the other kinds of improvements we're making on the next slide, you can see, we're also in the process of improving our staffing at the fire department. And the board has come along this journey where this is year 3 of a 4-year journey to add staff to the fire department so that we'll be able to move to a 48-hour schedule and allow those incoming firefighters, which are a very different kind of individual than were recruited 20 years ago, to come to the fire department and if you talk to the chief, it's been an excellent recruiting tool. We need to get through this year and one more year, and then we'll be able to adopt that new schedule. That requires an additional 9 positions. We also have to fund a recruit class. Doesn't sound sexy, but it's a lot of work down at the Fire Training Academy, and to do 2 of those a year is very time intensive. We're also going to be increasing a support position in the fire department and increasing premiums for medics who work in the fire department. And we are not reducing the electricity budget for the county board, I promise you.
That's a good idea. It's the screen, yeah, I think.
Sheriff's Office, as you are well aware, we have met with success. The state Supreme Court has approved a new mental health docket, mostly focused on the pre-plea part of that docket. Sheriff's Office has requested a position for that docket, and we're proposing that in the budget. And in addition, for our police department, something that has gotten a lot of attention since I mentioned it last
If y'all can give me like 2 minutes, I'll get the presentations loaded again.
Microphones are back on, Madam Chair.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm tempted to misalign the Civic Association map again.
Oh, who fixed it? It was messed up the other.
Not today. Thanks, Ken.
I thought I was going to channel my 1980s on or 90s on the school board. Anyway. Hughes.
Mark, it's a good presentation. Please continue.
Mark, you've got all your fans.
Do we actually know the average is like,
oh, I don't know what
50 viewers or something?
No, it's more than that, I think. All right, I think my mic is on. I think we are
Oh, yes,
good to go.
we have, David, are we in broadcast now?
We are. We're on that.
Take a little pause. So David, if we're on, if the manager continues right now, we're good to go? Can we get started? I think we should just go.
Okay,
Yep,
so
let's just go.
let me continue along. So what I was discussing before we were interrupted was the new policy initiative to establish traffic control officers. That's 6 additional staff for the police department that would be focused on obviously managing traffic, which include difficult intersections and also providing additional presence for policing along protected bike lanes and scooter enforcement. And the advantage of this, along with, as you can see, increasing our public service aid pay, is to not only increase our presence in the community for traffic enforcement, but also to create a career ladder in the police department to help with the recruitment of public service aides who could then aspire to the next position, which is a traffic control officer. And we have some real hope that traffic control officers who will then be familiar with how the police department works, they'll not be sworn officers, but they may be prime candidates for recruitment by the police department to go to the academy and join full-time in the police force as a sworn officer. We also are continuing our efforts to provide money for recruitment, and something that we will, I'm really interested in focusing on when we get to the work session with Dr. Miller and the Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management. He's revised some of the approaches to recruitment, taking up some of the suggestions from our auditor, Dr. Horton, and has some new approaches to recruiting that we hope will increase the attractiveness of those jobs. Also, we have one position that's not highlighted here on the slide. We're calling a community resilience advocate, which will be someone from that shop that will go into the community and focus on preparation and safety for the general population, given the number of active shooter trainings that we need and just generally outreach to the faith community and additional services. So next bucket is to talk about priorities on infrastructure and core services. You can see that in addition to what I just talked about with those new positions with the police department, I'm coming back to the board with a proposal to implement the second part of my proposal from 3 years ago for streetlights. We have improved our repair record for major streetlights, going from 120 days down to 45, and on minor repairs from 30 to 14. I'd like to go further to help with our stock of 7,700 streetlights. And in addition, we're proposing to add a position to transportation engineering and operations to deal with a number of traffic-related questions and comments we get from Arlington residents. And in addition, we're also proposing funding for work related to concrete maintenance and something that I think is long overdue, an assessment of our sidewalks. This is something that I've received as an annual recommendation from the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and I'm glad that we had funds this year to follow through on that. Internal infrastructure, as I said on Thursday, if you literally walk down the halls of all the county offices, and you see Maria Meredith has the pleasure of every time saying, "Where is my item in purchasing?" To provide more capacity there, or also more ability in our human resources offices to work with recruitment. And also, positions for which we have not included any additional revenue, but I will tell you, having additional staff in our real estate assessment office will provide additional ability to work through complicated issues surrounding business property assessments. And then finally, but certainly no small item here, is the expansion, replacement of our current enterprise-wide financial and human resource system. A little bit on libraries as a transition here. We're proposing $180,000 in one-time money for the collection and inflationary increases in ongoing dollars. If you go on to the next slide, you'll see under facilities, we're proposing, as we renovate the lobby here in the Bosman building, that we also expand the courthouse library to make it a full-service library with a children's librarian. And we're also opening in fiscal 21 the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Center and the Lubber Run Community Center. I'm not going to repeat word for word all the items on this slide, just to say that we are meeting our commitments for Metro and the Silver Line. We will be increasing the number of stormwater inspectors, and I would encourage people to spend some time today going back and listening to our mini work session we had this afternoon if they'd like a lot more details on what we're doing with stormwater. Trees, we're increasing the budget for tree pruning and pest management, and we're also adding an additional position for an urban forester. Finally, when it comes to additions to the budget, the cultural affairs programs, as you know.
Pay no attention to that screen, Mr. Manager.
Yes, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sorry.
The cultural affairs programs we proposed last year, some changes to that. The board added in additional one-time funds and suggested, and we followed through on having an advisory group get together to provide some recommendations. I've adopted all of those recommendations, save one, and those recommendations included making permanent the Scenic Studio, increasing fees there, transitioning our mobile stage, a pilot program for our costume lab, and then also additional funding for grants. So, next slide here, you see, and we talked about this on Thursday, to the extent that there is such a thing as an average household, we total up all the potential either taxes or fees, and you can see that this proposed budget would amount to a $376 increase in the tax bill for an average homeowner. Of course, that will vary depending on whether you're a homeowner or whether you own any vehicles, or the costs that you incur for, water, sewer, and refuse. So next slide, which I think, we actually have some additional information, I think, on Fairfax, because Fairfax is proposing tonight. And I'm going to let Emily give you that information to this slide to fill that in.
So Fairfax has announced a 3-cent tax rate increase today. So that would take them to 1.18.
Thank you. Do you happen to know what their assessments changed by? I assume their assessments went up
Yes,
as well.
and I think it was between 2% and 3%. I don't know the split between commercial and residential.
Their average residential went up 2.65%, and I've got the commercial, but not right at my fingertips.
That's okay. That's I'm just kind of
But
curious. Thank
as always, we'll be updating this as we go through the process. And don't want to overemphasize the point, but we, at this point, you can see that we're the only jurisdiction that isn't proposing an increase in the tax rate. Of course, what's most important is the tax bill itself, but still, the tax rate, Loudon is going down? I have to talk to Tim about that. Okay. My apologies. I overstated that.
That's all right. Good try. All right.
Finally, next slide, as we've discussed previously with the board, we have essentially already changed our reserves and financial policies to make sure that we're setting aside what amounts to 1% of the general fund and what we used to label our economic contingent. And we are asking you to adopt a policy that would formalize that transition from a contingent to a reserve, and having that at 1%, which would add to the 5.5% we have of our general fund reserve, bringing our total reserves to 6.5%. Again, next slide, I'm proposing no change in the tax rate, no changes to personal property or business professional occupational license taxes, no changes in the bid tax rates or the stormwater tax rate. And you'll see a series of fees that are listed here. I'm happy to go through if you have any questions on any of them specifically. The last item is the one I wanted to highlight. We're proposing to eliminate library fines, which is something that has been done in it's been done in Baltimore, it's been done in Chicago, and a few other cities, and I think is a important statement to make as we go through the budget and focus on the board's resolution on equity. And you'll hear more about equity. We talked a little bit about it this afternoon, and you'll be hearing about that in each of our budget work sessions, including the session with Mayor Landrieu on March 2nd. And so just something I like to do when we're done, we're just focusing on this budget, but whenever we put together a budget, I really try to spend some time thinking about what is coming on the horizon. And most budgets, if you keep doing what you've been doing, they grow around 3 to 4%. So happy with able to propose this budget that grows around 3%. And we have a number of commitments that continue to face us in the future, most specifically on stormwater. I will not go into a lot of detail on that. We spent a lot of time doing that this afternoon. But you can see the other areas that we emphasized today on housing, workforce, metro, and public schools. We expect over the next few years to see an improved revenue stream from our commercial properties. And we're hoping that that will lead us to a place. Right now, the split between residential and commercial is 52% for residential and 48% in our real estate tax revenue, hoping to bring that closer to the 50-50 split that we consider to be the most healthy way to go about funding our real estate tax revenues. Schedule, we are in this first box here, proposed budget. Schools is coming out with its budget on Thursday. And budget work sessions, as I noted, begin on the 2nd. And this is the rest of the dates laid out here. And that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. All right. We do have our public hearing on the budget on March 31st, but I believe, Mr. Kushner, There's at least one or two people here who would like to speak tonight, and we'll take those speakers.
We do. Our first speaker will be Audrey Clement, followed by Glenn Chattel.
Thank you. Is Mr.
County
Warren,
Board
is Mr. Warren first?
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
County Board
Chattel.
members. My name is Glenn Chattel.
Chattel, excuse me.
I live in Westover Village. I represent the Westover Village Civic Association. The county manager, Mark Schwartz, gave a very good presentation about the budget. There are many good things in the budget, like more funding for housing affordability and salary increases. Now, Washington Post reported that property values for homeowners are going to go up by almost 4%. Actually, I thought you may have, and you said 4.3%, whatever. Now, I believe that the property tax rate should be decreased. Otherwise, middle-income homeowners will find it very difficult to pay their property taxes. Now, also, household solid waste and current water and sewer rates are also going up. There are ways that Arlington County could reduce expenses. For example, spend less money on expensive schools and expensive school additions. They can cost more money than building a new school. Reduce the expenditures for the aquatic center. Arlington County has been getting by on having 3 high school swimming pools. Also, I really think the younger school teachers should be paid more money so they could afford to live in Arlington County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chattel. And you may want to come back on April 2nd to talk about the tax rate.
will.
Thank
No
you. All
worries.
right. Ms. Clement, sorry, we're taking you a little out of order.
Yes, I'm Audrey Clement from Westover, and this pertains to the metro component of the budget. Last night, I attended a public hearing on Metro's proposed cuts to bus service in Northern Virginia. These cuts, which will save $7.5 million, are just a drop in Metro's operating budget, which I think exceeds approaches $2 billion. But they will have a drastic impact, especially on low-income riders who depend on Metro and can't afford more expensive alternatives like Uber, Lyft, or buying a car to get to the nearest Metro rail lot. Among the lines to be cut in Northern Virginia are the 2A, 3T, 3Y, 7Y, 10N, 15K, 16C and E, G and H, 22A and C. At least 40 people spoke out against these cuts last night. Some pointed out the incongruity between Metro's goal of increasing ridership and eliminating a source of that ridership, namely those who transfer from Metro Bus. The county manager proposes to increase Metro's subsidy by $1.7 million, and I understand that that is all that is legally required. I know that we are legally required to meet a COLA of 3%, and also we are required to fund the Silver Line extension. But I urge the county not to include any funds that are not legally required for Metro. And if it does, or if it's contemplating doing that, to reprogram it to art instead. Because if Metro is serious about these cuts, a lot of people will be without a source of transit. So I would really ask the county manager to take a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our final speaker is Mr. Jim Hers.
Last week, I received a complimentary copy of Arlington Magazine in the mail. Maybe some of you did too. What's the message in the current issue? Arlington is for the trendy, upscale, wealthy, and white residents. Take a look in the magazine, if you have one. The future, our future, your future. Also in the current issue, home sales by postal code for Arlington's neighborhoods from 2015 to 2019. Assessments typically increased by $60,000 to $100,000 over 5 years. Assessments have increased significantly over the past year, as you know. Consequently, there is no need for a tax rate increase. The tax rate should be decreased by 2 cents to 5 cents when you set the tax rate next month. It's also time to hold fee increases to 1% at most, or no increase at all. The revenue is there to do that. Time to hold the business improvement districts accountable for small business success, especially restaurants. Time for an end to the county board's inverted funding priorities, like bike lanes rather than water mains, Ms. Garvey. Time to end welfare for the wealthy. Next big gimme will be welfare for the Rockefellers. Welfare for the Rockefellers, WETA. Time is long overdue for an RFP for developers, unlike the present developers, who will fund current public infrastructure, schools, parks, other essential public infrastructure that infill redevelopment requires. Finally, a moratorium on new urbanist growth for the sake of growth, unless and until there is comprehensive planning to anticipate a resident population that will increase by 66,000 persons over the next 20 years. So, time for a change. Time to scrub the budget. Time to give the middle class, what's left of it, a break. Time to do something for the workforce besides gentrify them out of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, colleagues, we have, it's basically 16 items, and some of them are multi-part, so we've divided these up a bit, and what I propose is we'll work through them fairly expeditiously, I think, and if people have, I think particularly the first one, we may want to have some discussion, and I propose we work our way through them, and then at the end, before we adjourn, I'll see if anybody has sort of overall comments they'd like to make about the budget. So if people would like to make some overall comments at the end, that's fine. But I think for the moment, we'll kind of work our way through. And I'd like to start, Mr. Dorsey, if you're prepared to start with item number A, 27A, that would be great, which is probably the one that most people are interested in, I think.
Be happy to, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I would like to move that the County Board advertise a public hearing to occur on April 2nd, 2020 to consider a calendar year 2020 base real estate tax rate of $1, 1.3 cents per $100 of assessed value using the advertisement that is shown as attachment 5, and to 2, advertise a public hearing also on April 2nd, 2020 to consider a calendar year 2020 commercial real estate tax for transportation initiatives, which will be at the current rate of 12.5 cents per $100 using the advertisement shown in attachment 5. And that 3, also on the same date of April 2nd, 2020, that we advertise a public hearing to consider a sanitary district tax for stormwater management at the current rate of 1.3 cents per $100 of assessed value using the advertisement in attachment 5. In sum, those are all tax rates that are the same as exist for calendar year 2019.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. Dorsey?
I would briefly. I will acknowledge right away that it's awkward that when it comes to setting the real estate tax rate, there's a critical piece of information, as the manager's presentation noted, where 47% of local government revenues goes towards, that we don't yet have full information about what they will present in terms of a budget request, and that is, of course, our Arlington Public Schools. So we are somewhat setting a tax rate in the absence of some significant information. What that means, in fact, will be that if it comes to a point at which the Arlington Public Schools presents a significant ask in terms of additional dollars, combined with all of the other things we are likely to hear during this budget season, it will require that the county board make some significant changes in the county manager's budget in order to fulfill our constitutional requirement of adopting a balanced budget. So I advertise this, or I move this advertisement of things at the current tax rate because as we look over the last few years, the last 3 years combined, we have increased the tax and fee responsibility for the typical Arlington homeowner of somewhere around 11.2%. And to inflate that even higher, to me, is too much to ask. And the price of doing that may mean that we have a significantly tougher budget season than we can anticipate, at least at tonight. But I think it's important for us to be ready to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other colleagues make Mr. DiFranti? Sure.
Just so the reasons you gave and everything sounded great. I wondered if I misheard you because you said same as last year, but I thought I heard 1.13 and it's
1.013.
013. Okay, that's all. And I thought that your summary of what we may see on Thursday and those that are out there is similar, and I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, if I wasn't when I said it, it's $1 and 1.3 cents.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Just wanted to comment that I am very optimistic that this will be a year that what we are advertising, I suppose is always the case, is the highest we will go. And I'm looking forward to opportunities as we engage in the work of really assessing this budget to see if we can't look to, in fact, lower the burden. I think it's striking when you look at the combination of the proposed rate and the assessed value of our property, the increases on our homeowners are actually increasing. Or excuse me, the amount of our homeowners paying in relative to the prior year are actually increasing more than in the years when we've raised taxes. And so we've seen a healthy growth in revenue. Thrilled that we're sharing that very healthy growth in revenue with the schools, which I believe should well cover the student population growth, and we can have continued conversations about that trade-off. But one of those items I'm going to be looking for in the coming weeks and months is opportunities to see if we can't bring this down from the top of what is advertised right now.
Thank you. And I'll associate myself with Ms. Crystal's comments. This, I think, is the largest homeowners. We keep the tax rate the same, but with the assessments, it's going to go up, I think, the most it has since 2016. And I would love to find a way to lower the rate a little bit if we can. But we'll see. We've got schools out there and a lot of things, but I would love to be able to lower that rate at least a little bit. So relieve that burden just a wee bit. All right, I think we're ready to vote on this particular motion. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0, and that brings us to 26B. We will pick up speed here in a minute for those that are watching. And I would ask Mr. DiFranti to make that motion.
Sure. I move that we advertise for a public hearing on April 2nd, 2020 to consider the calendar year 2020 general personal property tax rate of $5 per $100 of assessed value and a personal property tax rate of $1 and $1.03, $1 and, sorry, that's $1.01 and a third of a cent per $100 of assessed value equal to the real estate tax rate for public service corporations using the resolution shown in the staff report.
All right, attachment one, that's staff report dated February 14, I think. All right, thank you. So I'll second that.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. DiFranti?
In this case, no. I think the motion speaks for itself. I support it. I'm ready to move forward.
All right, any comments on this particular one? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 4-0. That brings us to our bids, items C, D, and E. Ms. Crystal, could you take care of that one?
Certainly. Colleagues, I'm going to move the manager's recommendations for items C, D, and E, which are respectively the manager's recommendation for a calendar year 2020 tax rate for the Ballston bid, the Ballston Business Improvement Service District. D, to advertise the public hearing for a tax rate for the calendar year 2020 tax rate for the Crystal City Business Improvement District or bid. And finally, the advertisement of a public hearing to consider the manager's recommendation of the calendar 2020 tax rate for the Roslyn bid.
Thank you. All right.
Second.
With a second, I'll just note that the summary of the manager's recommendations is that all of them are no change from the prior calendar year.
And our bids are very important partners to us. Any conversation, questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passes 4-0. That brings us to, we're about halfway there. Mr. Dorsey, if you'd help us out here, we've got, I think, actually 2 motions to make, I think is the way this will work out. If you can do F through I and then take care of J.
Okay, I will certainly oblige. So I would like to move the manager's recommendations for items F, G, H, and I, which are, in order, authorizing advertisements of public hearing to amend and reenact and recodify the household solid waste rate. It would go from $306 to $319.03. G, which is the water sewer rate, it would increase the water rate to $4.91 and the sewer rate to $9.29 for a combined $14.20. For item H, these would be associated fees for the Department of Environmental Services for development services to inflation adjust those fees by 2.5%. Also to inflation adjust by the same 2.5% plat review and bond administration fees. Also, for H, to increase land disturbing activity permit fees from $130 to $400 for single-family home disturbance permits of less than 2,500 square feet, and for ones above 2,500 square feet, the fee would increase from $975 to $1,600. And then item I, the development fund out of the Department of CPHD. And development-related fees from the Department of Environmental Services would be inflation adjusted by 2.5%.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to speak to your motion?
These fees were presented on the last page of the manager's slide, which shows a general approach to ensure that where we have designated the desire to have full cost recovery, and that's item I specifically, that we increase fees so that we are not providing any net tax support for those activities. And then with item H, those fees increases are designed to account for the fact that they have not been raised since 2019, and also for land disturbing activity permits. As we all well know, those require a lot of staff expertise to process and administer, and that was doing so with increasing levels of tax support, so that's designed to recapture those. Then the other things that I mentioned, the household solid waste rate, the significant chunk of that is coming from commodity markets in the recycling space and also some contractual obligations as part of the contractor who provides those services. Water and sewer, those fees again are designed to account for what we spend in those services. So that's where all of those increases come from.
That's great. Thank you very much. And again, we are advertising this. We are not adopting it.
Correct.
We could go below that.
We can adopt below.
We can adopt below, and we will be having work sessions to discuss it. Any questions, comments? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I'll call on you one more time, if you would, for item J, which is a little unusual. Thank you.
Little unusual. So for item J, I would like to move the county manager's recommendations, which are to adopt an emergency ordinance amendment to repeal Chapter 20, Article 1, the partial exemption for certain rehabilitated residential real estate in the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, as set forth in the staff report for item 27J, and in addition to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on April 22nd to consider an amendment to repeal that same chapter and article from the code as set forth in attachment B, and I'll be happy to briefly explain it.
Once we have a second, I'll second it. Please explain. Okay.
So we have a multi-family partial exemption to rehabilitate multi-family properties. And this is something that exists in our code and provides a partial abatement of real estate taxes for a period of up to 15 years. And Ostensibly, we would hope that this would allow for properties to be maintained in a state of good repair and also provide an opportunity for there to be market rate affordable housing attached to it. Study and analysis does not show that it's meeting that latter objective. So the notion of why this exists in our code and diverts funds away from the general fund, which could be used for affordable housing purposes, there really is no policy rationale for it. So as part of our annual budget adoption procedures, we would have to advertise the repeal of this. But what that would do is create a window of opportunity for people to try and apply for this exemption before we actually adopt those changes. So hence we have two parts to this motion: the emergency repeal, and emergency is not because someone's going to get hurt, it's just that we're doing this right away with no public discussion before we actually have a robust public discussion as to whether or not we enact a permanent repeal.
Thank you for that very clear explanation.
Right.
Really appreciate it. Any comments, questions, Mr. DeFranti?
The last phrase of what you said is what leads me to support. It's the robust public discussion, but the way we have to do it is through these two amendments. Thank you.
All right. Okay, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to items K, L, and M. You know, I feel a little bit like a Dr. Seuss character. I'm sorry. I think it's been a long day. Mr. DeFranti.
Sure. I would like to move the county manager's recommendations with respect to items K, L, and M, which are respectively. The first is an advertisement of a increase to the scenic studio use fee by Arlington Economic Development. The second is new fees for certain vital records issued by DHS. That really has to do with the change in state law that we are now providing some additional records. And then item M, which is new fees for set forth in the board report for workforce development clients. So those are the three pieces to the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. DeFranti?
Sure, just briefly, the scenic studio, I know the county managers worked through this, and this is just an advertisement. It's not the final fee, but we do have to advertise if we have this slight increase. And then I mentioned the second with respect to vital records. The last point on subpart M, I think you may have seen this, but it is, we have addressed, there's at least provision for equity in these graduated fees so that those who are of less income are provided for in some of these classes that are through workforce development. So because that equity is provided for and because this is advertisement, that's why I make the motion on subpart M.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? I simply will comment to our manager on the arts, what a difference a year makes. Thank you very much. This is great. Much better place than last year. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to items 26N, O, and P. Ms. Crystal.
Moving the manager's recommendation regarding authorization of a public hearing for consideration of Department of Parks and Recreation program and service fees. That's outlined in attachment 1 of the staff report. I'm moving as well the manager's recommendation to authorize advertisement of a public hearing to consider the elimination of overdue library fines. And finally, moving the manager's recommendation to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to consider amendments to Chapter 33, Sections 10 and 14 of our code to establish an annual fee for an alarm system registration and increase fees for false alarm responses.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Ms. Crystal, would you like to speak to your motion at all?
Absolutely. There's some really interesting, if not policy, then at least programmatic questions ahead for us on all of these areas. With the introduction of Lubber Run, Longbridge Community Center and Pool, offset significantly by the generosity of the Boeing Corporation. But nevertheless, I believe it's an opportunity for us to consider the recommendations of a working group that have been hard at work, pencils down, trying to figure out how those fees ought to be structured. So that'll be a big conversation ahead, as well as the ever mindful equity piece, as Mr. DeFranti was noting with one of the prior items. This is a really interesting proposal, item O, to elimination of overdue library fines, potentially joining some communities around the country that are taking this on. And I, for one, am really looking forward to talking with our director of libraries about that. And then finally, a proposal to increase fees for false fire alarm responses. I think it's over 10 is when the fees really start to rack up. So that'll be an interesting one. But in particular, the annual fee for alarm system registration is an interesting conversation for us ahead about trying to bring in the money to help offset that work and without discouraging the really important outreach to community members to make sure that our fire safety systems in private homes are working well. So look forward to all of those conversations.
Yeah, this almost feels, this is like a trailer for all our work sessions that are coming. This is just great. Thank you.
With dramatic lighting.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We are off and running with our budget and a lot of advertisements that we're going to work through. I will talk a little bit about the schedule coming up, but I would like to invite colleagues to, if they'd like to have any overall comments they'd like to make at this point. Obviously, there'll be many opportunities to talk about specific issues in the whole budget when we get to the end of the process. But if you'd like to say something now, you're welcome. No? Mr. DeFranti, yeah.
Just real briefly, I got a call today, and I just want to make sure that folks understand that we're at the start of the process, not the end of the process. There will be much discussion, of course, over schools and housing, and I look forward to the chance to work with a manager. I haven't read the 940 pages just yet, but the guidance we had on housing was very detailed. We'll get into that later, but you know, suffice to say that we'll be pushing for, you know, additional AHIF, and we'll be working on the guidance, at least to get up to the sort of aligning with the totality of the guidance. But just a reminder, this is the start of the process, not the finish. Thanks.
That's great. I think I'd just like to start thank the manager and everybody for putting, I know this is a big, huge step to get here. I think it's impressive that you put down a general steady state budget goes up 3%, I think you said, about a year, and this doesn't even do that, and yet you've put all kinds of innovations in here, really, eliminating library fees, the traffic control officers, new approach to public safety with the community resilience advocate, all of the internal infrastructure about what we can do that's not really exciting, but will actually make us able to do our work better, which really will allow us to provide better services for the people that we serve. And I really appreciate where we are now. This is an exciting time, an exciting budget. We're going to have lots of work sessions coming up. Anybody who would like to join us on March 2nd, 8:30 in the morning, we'll be here with Mayor Landrieu to start out. And we are serious about trying to infuse equity into our budgets. And we'll be working with him a little bit more on how to do that. And then we've got lots and lots of hearings here in this room. They'll be live streamed. You can come here and watch them. You can watch them on TV. You can watch them on live. You can watch them late. You can, however you want to. Everybody can stay tuned and follow it. So we're off and running, and thank you all very much. I think we are set. We've got a budget to work through, and I think we're adjourned if there's nothing more to come before the board. Nothing more. All right, everybody, good evening.
Sorry, Matt, an hour off.
Thank you, guys.
An hour
Thank
off.
you very much.
That's all right.